Yes, good morning, students, or good morning to all. So, today we will continue with the discussion that we had in the last day. Hope I am audible to all of you. Can anyone respond in the chat box? Yes. Okay. We can continue with the discussion. So, does anyone remember where do we stopped in the last week discussion? On which topic we stopped? Right? Right. So, what is the last topic we discussed? Anyone remember? Mass marketing, all these things we are done, labeling. Does anyone remember what is the last topic we discussed? No. Okay, no problem. I think we were about to start this brand part. Okay. So first unit we have completed. So here we will start. Okay. Unit 2, product decisions and all. So we were discuss about the marketing mix and additional for maybe P's were there for the service. Okay, marketing. So product, price, place, and promotion are the 4 P's we already covered. Plus people, physical evidence, process, and productivity. So these are the 4 additional P's which are added to the service marketing. So these components are important for the marketing part. Okay, customer provide relationship, training, cultural skills, attitude of the people. All these things are coming under the people part. That element we need to consider for the service marketing. Physical evidence part, how we are keeping our maybe the shop appearance, the physical, maybe the evidences or physical elements that you are keeping to attract the consumers. Okay, so if suppose if you are having a restaurant, the quality of the furniture, the quality of the materials that you used for the maybe the physical products which are using there will be a matter which decides the quality of your services. That is why physical evidence is coming. Building, structure of the building, lighting, like that. Each and every element, physical element will be coming here. Process part, how are you serving? Suppose if it is a restaurant business, there will be self-service, there will be normal kind of delivery will be there. Self-service also will be there. This is the thing which are talking about the process. That is how the physical process is happening there. How you are getting the product, what is the billing, how much distance is there from billing to that. So like that, how the process is managed is also important in the service part. Then productivity, in the sense the efficiency part of human and non-human capitals in the process. Okay, so these are the additional piece you need to remember. I'm just keeping an eye on the chat box. If anything, you can unmute and talk. Okay. So product we need to have is a bundle of utilities consisting of various product features and accompanying services. So utility in the sense the ability to satisfy somebody's needs and wants is the utility part. Okay. So the product is consisting a bundle of utilities, or maybe the multiple utilities will be satisfied. Okay. So this is a definition you need to remember. So service product refers to an activity or activities that marketer offers to perform, which results in the satisfaction of a need or want predetermined target consumer. This is like related to align with the consumer service. Okay, so banking. So there are a number of services we can add along with that. So physical products may not be there. It may be in the form of say some other services. Okay, so there are some types of product we can find here. Okay, core product, generic product, branded product, differentiated product, customized product, augmented product, okay, potential product and all. So these definitions you can just keep it in mind. Examples also you can find here. The first our smartphone core product is the communication connectivity. That is the maybe the purpose of that particular generic product. See the pain reliever medication containing only the active ingredients. That is, see if you want to have any particular brand for the painkiller, you will be buying the generic product. That means all the types of products will be having the same component. Branded product, all of you know. So brand name will be there, brand specification will be there, everything will be there. So you will be getting a particular product that too in the same brand name. Differentiated product, you can find the product that offers unique features or benefit not found in competing products. Okay, differentiated in the sense differentiated with respect to their product quality, services. Okay, so it can be the ingredients like that. So here, Tesla's electric cars are non-comparable because its quality and features are not non-comparable in nature. So it is having a unique maybe identity. Okay, so Tesla is one product, is a kind of differentiated product. Okay. Customized product is something whenever a customer want a particular product in their with their options and priority. Sometimes in different colors, different combinations, all these things. Suppose if you are stitching a shirt, okay, from the shop, it's a customized one. You can't find the same fitness and all. But 1 second. Fine. So that is what customized. It may be according to the size, maybe the style. So this is what we are really seeing in the maybe the stitching of new shirt. And if we are not getting the right outfit, what we can do, we can go for the customized, maybe size and all with quality, all these preferences. Augmented product, you can find warranty, customer services, support included with the purchase of a laptop. These are the things which are addition to the main purpose. Okay, so it is something along with the existing thing, existing services. So the potential product are the things which may not be in real, but it may be the future of that particular product and all. Okay, so ideas or concept for future product development that may not exist but have the potential to meet the emerging customer needs. And so with the help of AI, VI, all these things, augmented reality, all these things, we are able to predict something which is not existing now, but it may come in the future. Okay, so such kind of product also you can find. So these are the types of product which are there in your textbook. You can just remember all those things. Okay. So next topic that we are going to discuss is product line. A series of related products are there in the product line. A group of products that are physically similar in performance. Okay. Shoes in this case, if you are taking Nike, Adidas, Reebok. Okay. So all these products you can find, all are similar and closely related products. Okay. So that is overall it is called product line. Okay. I hope it is. Hmm. Then next, this is one of the question. It's asked in the previous question papers and all. So I do remember this question, which was there in the previous maybe question papers. That is role of product manager in an organization. What can be the role of a product manager in an organization? That is product life cycle analysis and capitalization. Okay, what is product life cycle? The life of a product, which starting from introduction to the abundance. Okay, so the process is under the control, maybe the under the supervision of that particular product manager. So analysis and capitalization also you can find. So how a product is developing, introducing, right, maturity, how it is reaching, declining, and abundance. And capitalization in the sense, if you're having a product idea, it should be maybe implemented. Okay, so for that there is a huge capitalization required. Okay, so how it is required, what is the proportion, what is the structure, all these things we have to decide as a product manager. Product development and success of a new product recommended, because if you as a manager, you have to look for something new to the existing users and all. So you have to check how to develop the product and all, right? So then if required, you have to recommend for new products which are not there in the market and all. So that is also recommended. Then improved communication you can find there. Means suppose if you are a product manager, automatically there are a number of stakeholders who are related to that. Apart from that, you are a person, you are responsible to communicate about the product and its features. Okay, to whom should we communicate, what is the mode of communication, how to do the maybe the marketing part of the product, all these things, it's also coming as a product manager. That is also important. So you have to connect with the finance, operations, maybe the marketing, then HR, because all these areas are connected. So you as a medium of mediator of communication, you are having a bigger role, because all these things are integrated. You have to integrate all these things in order to have the best outcome. Then improved communication we have discussed, improved supplies and sourcing. Yes, it is required more and better market information, because you as a product manager will be having a lot of ideas about the pulse of the market, and also automatically it will be affecting the market maybe information gathering part. And then wider and better market information, then centralized product planning, right, it will be happening. There won't be any diversification of maybe product development decisions or manufacturing decisions and all. It will be under your control and all. Then coordination of activities, yes, and parts and maybe the activities will be coordinated. Achievement of planned profit, hmm, because before you start for the manufacturing of a product or maybe marketing of a product, as a product manager, you have to have the anticipation about the profit. So you have to ensure that it's achieved through the particular effort that you are taking. Then cost and profit control is another thing. Apart from these things, you can mention so many other points like profit maximization, optimal utilization of resources. Like there's so many other points you can remember, but minimum these points you can just have it in your maybe memory, so that it will be helpful. Then we can discuss about the product mix decisions. Okay, so we can find the differences here. uh, Product items is there. Okay, single product, and product line is there, all items of the same type. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so the product item is a single product. Product line is all items of the same type. Product mix is total group of products that an organization markets. That means, suppose if you are taking maybe ITC is having thousands of maybe not thousands of varieties, thousands of maybe quantity of products they are supplying daily basis. That too in different varieties. Okay, so all those things put together I can call product mix. So this product line, product item, product mix, all of you can have a right differentiation. Okay. So now if I say product line, that means a group of products which are having the related products. Okay. So what are the reasons? Maybe many firms do not want to limit themselves into one product. Is there are a number of reasons. Okay. There are a number of threats which are there if you are focusing only on one product, because later it may affect in a different way, right? So you can modify the existing product lines is the first one, right? Then composition of the product, right? You can modify the existing product lines in different ways. Okay, composition of the product line, that means you can combine multiple products. Expansion or contraction of the product line, that means you can add new product in the same by having some differentiation involved. Contraction in the sense by reducing the some elements or features which are there in the existing product. Value addition sometime with extra value like warranty, guarantee, after sales services, fixing charges, installation charges, delivery charges. All these things can be added along with the existing product. In that way also you can modify the existing product line by having different brand, by different packaging, by having different physical characteristics, and positioning in the sense the communication part where you are putting or which category of consumers you are targeting and communicating, and all those things also will be a matter there. So these are the ways in which we can modify the product lines. Next is brand decision. So this is I think we need to remember. So brand, what is brand? What can be called as a brand? It can be a name, it can be a term, it can be a sign, symbol, or design. Which is for what? It is to identify or differentiate our brand, our product from the similar kind of products. Okay, so it is to have the competitive advantage. So this is what we need to remember for the brand decision. So brand decision is not an easy decisions, but it will be according to that. Okay, so it can be a words, letters, symbols that make a name. Sometimes see all these branded well-known brands like Nike, Adidas, Puma, like in the apparel industry. Apart from that, for the industries like hotel industry, all these places, all these sectors, you can find a number of branded, right? So why they are having this brand name? It is to have the differentiation. Suppose if it is a restaurant, if everybody is keeping restaurant's name as restaurant, what is the differentiation? How can I understand which restaurant we are talking about? So in order to have the differentiation, we will be keeping the brand name. Okay, so that people will be having a differentiation that yes, this is that brand, this is this brand. Like that, we will be having that particular differentiation. Okay, so this differentiation is possible if you are having the right brand name. Okay. So this is what brand decision. So the decision about these things are very critical, because you cannot have the decisions without checking the competitors, who is the targeted people, what is your intention, whether you want to have some connection with your brand name, with your intention of product or services, like that. So some consultancy name that 180-degree consultation, 360-degree consultation, and all. So that means overall, all-round consultation, like that. So this is having some connection. So branding decision is not a simple decision, or maybe it is having a lot of maybe impact. Okay, so next question is in front of us is to brand or not to brand. There are a lot of advantage for going for brands, and there are some limitations too for going for the non-branding. Okay, so there can be a risk also in that. So in that way, if you are checking, branding and non-branding is in our hand. But what is the advantage of being branded? What is the problem with respect to maybe the non-branding part? This we should have the clarity, because if you are having the brand name, that gives you an attention, that gives you an maybe a focus, that gives you more maybe acceptance among the people and all. So consumers will be able to differentiate your product with the competitors and all. That is another advantage of. brand set. Okay. Okay. So that's what we need to remember. So another topic that is there in your syllabus is coming with respect to packaging. What is packaging? It is a process of designing a package for the consumer product. Okay. So packaging is having a lot of intentions. It is not only for covering the maybe product for better maybe visibility or better attraction and all. Apart from that, there are a lot of maybe things which are coming out of the good packaging part. Okay, so it is helpful for differentiating the product from competitors, and it makes it easy for customers to identify the product in all. In addition to that, it also protects the product from getting damaged. Okay, so the damage part also it is taking care. Like that, you have to talk about that as well. Okay, so qualities of a good packing. So it's not like any way we can pack. Okay, again, there are some differentiation that we need to remember with respect to the package. Okay, so that is qualities of a good packing. That is attractive appearance will be there, convenient for storage and display, shield against damage or spoiling, product description also shown on the package. So these are the qualities of a good packaging. Without this also you can find the products, but we may have some trust issue. All this, right? If date is not mentioned, we will be getting some offense against that. Okay, like that, there are some limitations too.
Sir, your screen is stuck. You're not able to hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Murli, sir. Once again. Okay. Give me 1 minute, sir. There is a communication. We will do that. 1 second, sir. Fine. So that is regarding that. So these are the qualities you should consider for the better packaging part. It is not only protecting the product, but also it's giving a attraction, maybe the description, storage part, convenience, like that. So many other advantages also there. Okay. So 1 second, it's I'm going to try. Yeah. So next is labeling. So we might be heard about labeling somewhere else, but again, what are the labels? Sometimes you can find some labels like veg or non-veg, uh, like kind of labels we can find on the package, some product, package product especially. So this is giving an maybe an extra idea about the product and its usage to the maybe the users or the consumers. So sometime you can find some labels like do not use hooks. Okay, so that label will be giving an idea about the uh, product, whether it should be handled properly, right? Sometime fire related labels you can find, chance of getting fire, or inflammable kind of symbols we can find. So those things also will be giving some extra advantage or extra information about the product. Okay, so like certifications you can find. One second. Fine, though this is regarding the label part. Okay, so again you can find extra maybe some information about the same, designing and preparing labels for outermost part of the product package. Again, over the package you can find all this informations. Okay, so some of the examples we already discussed: certifications, ISO certifications, trademarks, proof of the purchase, right? Purchase date, all these things you can find, right? So these are the recycling, maybe directions also will be there if it is recyclable. Okay, like that. Some symbols we can find. All these things are put together called labeling. Okay. Next topic in your maybe syllabus is new product development strategies. Okay, what are the strategies which can be used for the new product development? Okay, so you can find there are 4 steps you can find in the new product development stage, that is product life cycle stage, right? So introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. You can find these 4 elements there. Okay, that is sales, profit, cash flow, competitors, and customers. Maybe all this over these elements or over these characteristics, what are the differences or what are the levels you can find in different stages only we will be going to discuss here. So product life cycle will be talking about the life of a product over different maybe time period. Suppose if you are developing a product and you are introducing the product in the market, you can find it's coming here. Okay, that is introduction. Then you can find the growth stage, then maturity stage and declining stage. This is the life of any product in the market. Sometimes some people will be able to have this growth stage in a very longer time to have a longer life. Okay, but this life cycle is very clear in all the products. Okay, so we will see what happened to the sales. Suppose if you are having a new product in the introduction stage, sales will be low. This is what you have to understand. Then in the growth stage, fast growth will be there. Then maturity stage, slow growth of sales will be there. And declining stage, you will be having decline in the sales value of your product. Second is profit. Okay, you will be having negligible profit in the beginning. Suppose if you're starting a again negligible profit only you can expect. Growth stage you can expect peak level profit because you are having a high profit in the maybe the growth stage. Maturity stage you will be having a declining trend because your profit percentage will be declining, and declining stage it will be poor, that means low. Okay, so cash flow part, negative cash flow you can expect in the introduction stage. There may be some difference. Okay, this is an average of all the products which are maybe there in the market. It's not like everyone is like that, but is different. Fine. So profit part it is like that. Cash flow again negative, moderate, high, and low you can find. So cash flow will be more with respect to maturity stage, and it will be declining in the last stage. Competitors you can find introduction stage. You may be the new one with new product. Growth stage there will be growing competitors will be there, more competitors will be there. Maturity stage, it will be peak, and declining stage, competitors also will be having some loss, and they have to leave the market under the force. So in that way, it will be also decreasing. Okay, with respect to competitors, customers part, innovative customers. That means you will be having new product and new base of customers will be coming. Mass market in the sense you have to have very wide range of maybe people with similar kind of expectations and all, similar kind of, there is no segmentation and all. Mass market in the sense you will be targeting a huge number of people. Then again, maturity stage, again it will be having mass market. Laggards are the people uh, who is having some kind of difference with respect to the uh, total number of maybe customers in the market. That means this kind of there will be some kind of hesitation with respect to following the new product. Suppose if there are three friends, okay, in that one of the person may be innovative. That means whenever a new product is coming to the market, that person will be trying that product. Okay, so there may be someone who is little defensive in the character of maybe buying new product. They will be seeing how others are using and all. Laggards are the person who makes slow progress, okay, and falls behind others. That is, you will be seeing others, and accordingly you will be following them. So these are the customers, these are the types of customers you will be having, and these are the elements that you have to remember. That is product cycle, maybe life cycle elements. Okay, so why we need to consider the product life cycle in the marketing strategy, because you cannot have the same stances in each and every steps, because those steps will may we may require different approaches. Okay, it is not like same approach we will be having for the same. Okay, so that is not the approach. So product life cycle elements and decisions are very critical for the formulation of marketing strategy. We cannot develop the marketing strategy without considering this different stages. So understanding that profit have been a predictable pattern, because you cannot maybe plan anything without seeing the pattern of the profit. In the early stages, the focus is on product information. Later stage focus on brand promotion. So see, these are like see, suppose if you are having a product, you cannot do the mass kind of marketing from the beginning, because you have to focus and start simply. Then you can go for the mass marketing. Like that, each stage is having some kind of character with respect to the profit. Okay, the sales, cash flow, competitors. It's relevant in the marketing strategy. So this is one of the question. It's usually asked in the examination. Okay, new product development process and all. What are the processes for new product development? There are some six steps you can find here. Okay, source of new product ideas. That is, suppose if you are having some idea to be converted as a new product, that is the first stage of new product development. Sources of new product ideas. Then organizational structure and staffing. According to your idea, you have to have the organizational structure, and staffing also should be done. Concept creation and development is another step where you will be able to uh, maybe develop the product. That is, you have to develop the concept. Okay, you have to develop the product also after that. Once you have that, okay, so that is you have to test it. You have to process the other requirements, quality checking. Okay, so all these tests should be completed before you commercialize it. Okay. Commercialization stage, in the sense that stage you will be having mass production as well as marketing. Okay. So this is the fourth stage. Review and evaluation means once you implement the product, commercialization if it is over, you have to review and you have to evaluate the products, okay, that you already commercialized, whether consumers are using it as per your intention or not, as per your expectation or not, whether whether they are having any concern over the quality, quantity, price, anything else, ingredients. So evaluation of those things also should be done within that time period. So these are the things you need to consider: review and evaluation. Then the sixth stage you can find analysis of new product launches in India. So this is the not the stage. Okay, after evaluation, you can check about the competitors and all. So this is another topic that can be done after the review and evaluation, whether any kind of new implementation which is happening in India and all. So this is not like you cannot take like steps. I don't know, but here you can consider this factor also. You cannot restrict yourself into a country level context and all. You have to think in a broader level. So you have to check and review with the existing market, maybe players and all. So that is what you can check it in the last stage. So these are the stages plus one you have to consider while developing a new product. Okay, so I hope it is very clear, right? So new product development is easy, but you have to have this maybe consideration also. Okay, so these are the 5 stages. So you can find some creativity in new product development. There are some three, maybe the heading you can find it in the uh, textbook. This is purely qualitative. Here you can bring some maybe informations, but again it will be easy. Okay, so flexible product design for new product development. That is, design should not be very complicated. It should be simple. It should be identifiable. It should be very easy to communicate and all. So that is what flexible product design. Okay, so that is the first maybe things that you can do as a creativity in the new product part. Integrating consumer and designer preference. Okay, so sometime we may be having our own designs. We may not think about consumers' point of view. We cannot have one-sided kind of implementation, especially for the products and all. You have to think in a different way, where you have to maybe integrate consumers and designers' preferences. That means one-sided may not be working here in the packaging part or designing part. So you can design by checking the convenience and all. Okay, you can find the shape of maybe the cold drinks sometimes. Okay, so it should be comfortable to hold. It should not be too much bulky, right? So if you are finding the 5 liters can for the oil and all, okay, the design is very easy and design is comfortable to hold. Even if you are holding 5 liters, it is not like maybe the round shape. You will be having a proper shape where you can hold the maybe the oil can properly, right? So this is the maybe the advantage. So flexibility of product design. The first one, integrating consumer and designer preferences. Here, this is the matching part. Okay, so our requirement as a marketer is also considered, plus consumers also will be considered. So accordingly, they are designing the maybe that product. Third one, striking a balance between consumer and designer. Again, continuation of third point only. You cannot consider only one side. Sometimes consumer may be demanding too many things. As a marketer, you may not be able to address everyone's request or everyone's priority. As a marketer, you are having a lot of priority to consider. Okay, so accordingly, you need to change. Okay, accordingly, you need to consider those things. Fine, that is what you need to keep it here. Fine, so these are the creativity that you can keep it in the new product development. So here, this is a product life cycle. We already discussed about that. It's the length of to the last of a product which is there in the market will be checked here. Fine. So introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. So these are looks like a very simple diagram here, but this as a product's lives, if you are talking, this may be taking years and decades sometimes. Okay, introduction stage, growth stage and maturity stage and declining stage. Sometime people or maybe the organizations or MNCs will be taking more time. Some like products, it may be very short. Introduction maybe 2 months, growth may be happening immediately, then maturity will be happening, then decline will be happening. So it may not be taking much time. So immediately it will be growing, maturity declining, because some products may be a failure in that way. But some products you can find it may be having a very lengthy introduction stage, then growth stage, then maturity stage. It may be taking years, sometimes decades to complete that. Okay, but Nokia's case, Motorola's case, and all you can find. Sometime it's having a different time frame. Okay, so this we already discussed. Okay, competitors part, customers part, and all. So that much only there in the unit 2. So these are the points you need to remember for the unit 2. Okay, hope it is clear for everyone. If you are having any doubts on any of the topic, page number
Sir,
142 of marketing management.
sir,
What
there
up?
is sir, there is a case study after unit 2.
I can't hear you properly. Can you talk a little more louder?
Sir, there is a case study after unit 2. Can we discuss that?
Yeah, yeah. Case study, what I thought, last once we complete all the units, we will have the case study and its maybe answers. I'll keep it in a maybe a doc file. Okay.
Understood, sir.
So I thought in that way, means all the case study, or else before you maybe before we go for the last unit, we can check with that.
Okay, sir. Understood.
Shushin, I believe case study should be explained in every after every chapter so that it will be easy for us to correlate.
Is that if you want to have like that, we can have. Today, I didn't have that. Maybe the PDF file only I didn't keep, and I didn't go through it. Okay, if I am going through it and maybe explaining now, it may not be right. Okay. Uh,
Sure, sir.
fine.
Then next class we'll have the case studies
Okay.
discussion. Yes.
Okay, sir. We will check that. I thought in this way, since you have that interest, we will do in that way. Okay.
Sure, sure. Thank
So
you.
both the yeah. So both the cases we will discuss like that. Shannon, product life cycle. Yes. So here, product life cycle in the sense. See, we can discuss here. See, product life cycle is talking about the life of a product. We are having a life, right? We are having the childhood, maybe the age, maybe cutoff we are talking, right? Maybe the youth time, maybe the youngsters time period, adults, youngsters, maybe the child to the old age time period, right? It's for the human. Like that, each and every product in the market is also having a life. Okay. This particular life will be having different time frame. There are different time frame. So here, if a product is introduced in the market, here you can find introduction stage. Okay, introduction stage you can find here, and growth stage, and maturity stage, and declining stage. So if a product is introduced in the market, these levels it should go through. That is, once it is introduced, the introduction stage, and there will be growth in the demand. There will be more customers who will be coming to your product. Then once it is reaching a stage, there you will not be having much growth. You will be having growth, but it's called maturity, where you will be having growth but in a very maybe constant in percentage. You will not be having much growth in yearly growth in customers and all, because there will be a stagnation period where you will not be having much growth. This is called maturity. Then after few years of those maturity time period, you will be having a declining stage where you will be losing customers. It can be because of more competitors in the market. It can be because of the change and preference of the customers and all. Nokia's case you can check. Nokia is having a high market share in the beginning, but later Samsung, Motorola, all these people introduced smartphone. Automatically Nokia did not update it according to the changes which took place in the market. So automatically the introduction growth was very positive for Nokia. Then the maturity stage started. There are more competitors came, right? Automatically the competitors provided better services for their customers. Then automatically Nokia declined their customer base. Okay. Even now you can find the customer base for Nokia is completely less comparing to Samsung and all the top maybe the mobile companies. So a product life cycle is talking about the length of a product life, okay, from the introduction to the withdrawal from the market. Sometimes the product may be going out from the market because of the low customers and continuous losses and all. So this is what talking in the product life cycle. Okay. So again, in the product life cycle, we have discussed about the maybe the case of sales, profit, cash flow, competitors, and customers. All these five maybe cases. What happens to the product? Okay, in different stages. So that's what we have discussed today. I think that is clear, Shani. Yeah, so this is what we have discussed. Okay, so in different stages, what will happen to the profit, what will happen to the competitors, what will happen to the maybe the profit and the cash flow and maybe other information which is given the customer base and all. So you don't see something in a theoretical perspective, whether if it is introducing by me. Okay, suppose we are maybe doing a new product, we are launching a new product in the market, what will happen to the product? Okay, so that's what you need to think and maybe reflect, right? So it will be having different stages: introduction, growth, maturity, and sometime if you are not doing any kind of alterations, if you are not doing any kind of extra services, product maybe diversification, something in that line, it will be very difficult for you to sustain for longer time period. Okay, so you may compel to go out from the market and all. So it purely depends upon your strategies and your initiative. Okay, so sometime if you are not taking that seriously, you have to out from the market easily. Okay, we will start the next unit and maybe we are having 7 8 more minutes. We are then later maybe if you are having time we can discuss more about those. Fine. So unit 3 you can find pricing decisions. So this is happening in the process like, so pricing decisions you can find. So there are these are the objectives of this particular unit. Appreciate the importance of pricing decisions. Pricing is not an easy task. Okay, so there are a number of factors we have to consider before we price. Identify the factors which may be affecting the pricing. Understand why customers may be price sensitive. So these are the objectives of this particular unit. So pricing decisions you can find there are internal as well as external reasons that we need to consider for pricing. Okay. So here you can find what is the price. It's an expression of value, that is a monetary expression of value in terms of money. Okay. So it's a seller's estimate of what all of this worth to potential buyers. Okay, recognizing the other options buyers will have filling their needs to product is intended to satisfy. So here you have to remember this keyword called expression of value. That is what is pricing. It's expression of value, monetary value of a particular product. Okay. So you can find there are some internal as well as external factors which are required to consider while pricing a product. You can find internal factors, marketing objective, because you are having a particular objective that is to be achieved. So that is the first one. Other objectives like organization, long-term plan, existing plans, existing policies, and all. Then marketing mix strategy. So that also need to calculate pricing, place, promotion, all other piece. Okay. Then organizational, that in the sense cost and organization, that is the total cost of fixed cost, variable cost, and other cost. Okay, of the product. How much cost you spend for the product will be one of the criteria to decide the price. Then organization, if an organization structure is very complicated and costly, again that cost also you need to calculate, you need to adjust to the profit, because from the profit only you are going to meet those expenses. Okay, so these are the internal factors. Apart from that, there are a number of factors like your maybe the historical pricing is one of the factor. Okay, then future expansion can be one of the factor. Then employees part or maybe the management part, what kind of ethics you are keeping. Okay, how much you are keeping for CSR Okay, like that, so many internal other factors also there, but whatever is given, we are just discussing. External factor we can find nature of the market and demand. If the market is more demanding and all, again it is required. Okay, fine. Fine. That is what. Uh, Fine. So then competition, if it is highly competitive market, you cannot put exhaustive pricing because the pricing may be affecting your decisions and all. Okay. So that is what in the competition part. Other environmental factors like economy, resellers, and government. Fine. So that also you need to check. If it is highly competitive, you can have the highest pricing. You have to have the low price in order to meet those things. Okay. So the pricing is one of the important factor. Then problem, opportunity, and recognition. Again, these are the external factors you need to consider. What are the problems of highest pricing? Uh, okay, so these things we need to consider. Okay, so we'll have a detailed discussion about these things. Maybe in the next class, we can take maybe 5 minutes break, and 11 o'clock, the next faculty will be coming. Okay. So as you said, the case study part, we will have the discussions. I will also keep those case study ready so that we can have the discussion about those things. Okay, in the next class. Okay, so that's it. Thank you, everyone. We'll see in the next class. Maybe we can take 5 minutes or 3 minutes break. Okay. Thank you. And once we complete this maybe discussions, I will share this PPT. Okay. So again, this may be useful for you. And the case study again, I will keep it in the PPT.
Good morning, all of you. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Business ethics
Audible.
class only, no? Is it hour of business ethics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, with the moment we will start the class. Yeah, we'll start the class now. Let the people join. So we're talking about the ethics and ethical values, and today we are going to talk about the workplace ethics. So we are not getting into the personal zone. We are talking about what exactly one can follow ethical values in the system. Means they are when they are working at the system, certain things. See again, there's this disclaimer which I wanted to share with you. It's not my PPT done. It is a internal sources only. So, but the content we are using for the educational purpose only, right? So this is what I would like to say you. It is not prepared by me. So it is the one which is covering your syllabus, and it is a topic which is need to be discussed for today. So ethics in the workplace. What exactly we need to understand here? The more important thing is whatever the ethical values one will have, same ethical values will continue in the workplace also. So it is a internal feeling. It is an internal behavior. One's human nature. So whatever he or she is following, everywhere the behavior will be the same. So in what kind of a ethical principles at workplace one should have to follow, that let us see right now. So what is the ethic? And the second thing is here in the news. I mean, like you might be heard about different the international newspapers, journals, and Wall Street Journal, financial institutions, individual rights, needs, demands. See, they are talking about many issues in the day-to-day papers, changing characteristics of the world, globalization, and then the foreign direct investments, and many things are happening. But now the question will come: what is the question here? Who is the most ethical person you know? So you just self introspect yourself and try to identify around you. Did you meet anyone who is a very ethical? Do you feel that it's not that who is the ethical and all? See, the thing is here, whom you feel he or she is an ethical person. You just try to self analyze, and why did you think the person is ethical? the reason for it. So first thing is we are trying to identify who is the ethical person around us and why do we consider him or her as an ethical person, and what are the characteristics which comes under the ethical values. So these are the things which we analyze. Then we know what kind of a ethics can be. I mean, like I'm expecting from the others, and what I have to follow. I can able to decide, right? See, in that the journey, the three things are very important. What is the three things are very important here? Values, morals, and ethics. What makes the difference between values are which you are giving the respect to your behavior in your matters. Morals means the based on your what you learned, what you have been inherited. Ethics means your behavior. See what exactly talks about these things. So now let us have a clear definition about these three terms, because we are, I mean, like rolling around these three concepts. That is what business ethics means: the ethics which the principles and morals which we follow in our day-to-day operations in the business context. What one should have, that is more important. Values, core beliefs that guide the actions, means like because of what I learned, what I've inherited, because of that only my behavior matters, my actions matters. Whether, see, invigilator is going out of the class, one should say that no, whatever I learned, I wanted to write the exam, and based on my real efficiency I wanted to score the marks. Some people, no, invigilator is not there, let us open the cheat, let us open the book and then write. Some people will say with it doesn't matter for me, whatever he is there or not there, I follow whatever the principles, I ethics, values which I believe, I mean I learned from my parents or from my teachers. So that is what called it as a core belief that guide you, your behavior, right? And the morals, what are the morals here? Customs, traditions, and the beliefs that are reflected in personal convictions about the right and wrong and all. See here, one thing which is very important: customs, traditions. What are the customs and traditions here? Means one should have to remember that we are about Indian customs, traditions, festivals, our like whatever our value system, I mean traditions which we follow, beliefs, believe God is there, some supernatural power is there. Either it may be a Quran, Bible, or maybe any Puranas and also ethics, epics and also whatever it may be. But I do take the values from there. I do take the morals. Like a simple example: if my kid is doing something lie, no, don't do any lies and don't do any mistakes, the God will punish you, God will take your eyes, like this. No, the thing is, from where we have learned all these things, the customs, traditions which makes us to behave, I mean which are influencing on our behavior, that are called it as morals. Ethics, what are the ethics here? Standards of conduct. Means like it is a Greek word actually, which we have inherited from the Greek, and two dimension to prudence, that's the right and the virtue. Right is you are supposed to do it, that's your right, and then virtue means the good, means doing good things. So that is the ethics, right? So these are the three terms which are very very important in the one's the life, and this can be taught in your taking into the context of the business. So, to brief about these three terms, what are the three terms of CSS in the terms of your business? One is the values, and second one is the morals, and third one is the ethics. The values are the motivators which drive us towards doing certain things. We are doing right or wrong, which it is a driving force for one's behavior. And the morals are inner compass, means which direction I'm proceeding, which direction I'm taking my actions. Those are called your inner compass. What is a compass? The activity of compass is giving the direction for your activities, for your behavior, and also like that, whether I'm doing it right or wrong. So which is my inner compass, I mean inner feeling which drives me towards the doing the right things or the wrong things. And the ethics, what is the ethics here again? foundation for your behavior. One has to behave in such a way, one has not to behave in that way. That is the thing which we have to take into the consideration. And all. The next thing is about, so when we are talking about this the ethics and all, here the certain things are there. Society in particular, trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, justice, fairness, caring, and civic virtue of the city. See, why we are talking about, see, all these are the part of ethics, morals, and the values. We are living in a society. We are not alone. It is not a monopolistic. It is, we are all having certain relationships. It is either maybe a personal relationships or family relationships or professional relationships, but we are living in a society. When we are living in a society, there is a matter of trust is mandatory. I mean, like, people have to believe you and you have to believe someone. So when the mutual is going on, what ethical values, so how the people will believe you? Because you maintain certain morals, ethics, value system. So that's why the people will believe you. And the responsibility means I do trust him because he has the responsibility to guide me, to take care of me and all. See, that is the thing. Justice, fairness, and caring means, like, how do you, all these are the characteristics impartially or directly involved in these terms, these three terms. And the second thing is about these core ethical values are transited cultural. How do we cultivate this? How do we bring up these values into our life? Because we bring up all these values into our life, economic life, I mean, like, based on our ethical values, means which are transformed, which are inherited, which are genetically, which are from the family or from the society we learned these. But it is all depends upon economic differences and all, how the cultural, religious, and socio-economic differences. So what are the your ethical values, social values, or economic the things and also which are inherited and based on economic differences among the people and all. And what is actually talks about this the three terminologies: concern for the self, one way concern about others, and they can do for you and all. See, like, you are showing concern to the others, and definitely in reaction to that behavior, others also will show the concern to you, right? And the social conformity group norms, that are when I'm behaving it in a social groups and also certain mannerisms are required, give and take policies are required. It's not always, cannot be a selfish and all. Social conformity order in the society means how much they could able to accept me, that is the thing. Social contract legalistic means, what is the legalistic here? Legalistic means, like, I mean, like, how do we contract the contract between the different people, means doing the business, like buying and selling, or giving and taking something. So it should be legalized, it should be a proper. And universal ethical principle requires mental reasoning and experience. Means when you are talking about values, morals, or ethics, universal principle means wherever you go, the principle is the same. Wherever you go, the your behavior is the same. That is not the, is not going to change. That is the, that is what called it as a. These are all the universal principles. Ethics, morals, or values are the everywhere. The meaning is the same. That's it. But this will vary at different stages of the life and all. So, like, adult stages, when we talk about it, the moral thinking and judgment complex, comprehensive and all. I mean, like, we talked about what are the moral thinking means, which is a right or which is a wrong. You can make the difference when the adult. Childhood, they don't know what is right and wrong. That's why the parents used to guide them, which is right, which is wrong, which has to be done, which has not to be done. Always parents are very possessive. They used to give the common directions to the people, I mean, their children and all. But when it comes to the adolescent age and adult age and that, people may know that what are the judgments, that what is the right and what is wrong, what is complex and comprehensive and all. And the diverse viewpoints are considered, means it is not only one particular perspective, it could be.
Ma'am, sorry to disturb you. Are you
Yeah,
showing any slide?
yeah, but yeah, it's not visible.
No, ma'am. The
Yeah,
slides are
ma'am.
not
No.
It is
visible.
not visible.
Yeah, yeah, I'll show you. So, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Yeah,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
Yeah. You see, these are the content wise. As I said, it is not. It is a sources only we have taken from the different authors, but it is a content wise so good for educational purpose and for your examination purpose. You can make use of this and all, these slides and all. So when we are talking about the different age groups, the small age groups, I mean, it all depends upon the age groups. At a younger age, at a small age, we don't make the much differences that what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad and all. That's why the parent always used to guide us. They'll be behind us that so what has to be done, what not has to be done, and all those things. And that when it comes to the adult age, what will happen here? They have a better judgments, means they can realize what can be done, what not to be done, and what are the consequences of the particular situation and all. So, and also they can diverse viewpoints, they can think of it, if I do this, what could be the outcome of this situation or the particular activity. Like that they can make a difference between all these things. And also account simultaneously situation motivates the principle, means depends upon the situation you can take the decisions, but you are not compromising on the values ethics which you have in your inbuilt. We can say it is an inbuilt character, so I cannot change, depends upon the situation. I can behave based on my value system, my response will be there. And also reasoning require ability to think, observe, and abstractically weigh complaining, I mean, like, consider both logical and emotional. See, if my kid is crying to watch the mobile phone, so just think of it. So it is emotionally he is blackmailing me, emotionally he's telling that I wanted to watch the mobile, but I know as that it is harming his eyes, it is causing a damage. So like, and the second thing is, someone in a business, when I'm doing business activity, someone would like to take a amount or credit from me. So like, how much I can give, what extent I can give. So as emotionally he was telling that I was completely bankrupt, I don't have any money to do my business and all, so kindly help me. See, emotionally he was threatening or trying to do it, but the thing is it right? So someone we are trying to manipulate, I don't know, I'm sorry to say this manipulation the word and all, but still emotionally if someone would like to convince you, is it right ethically? No. So that is the thing which we have to, in this adolescent or adult age, we know that what is right and what is wrong, what to be done, what not to be done, and all. And the next thing is about philosophical models of decision making. Is, I mean, like, when it comes to the decision making, for as being a manager, so you should be very much aware of the decision making rules and regulations and all. What are the different models and what are the different the golden rules of this the ethical principles and all. First one is Immanuel Kant. What is that? Absolute external moral principles and all, means like you are not compromising on any of the moral principle which you are defined by yourself. No, I'm not going to change, compromise on the thing. A rule of respect well-being of each, means that is the first thumb rule which I do want to follow. Fine. So I wanted to give the respect to all, and I wanted to work for the well-being of the each. So like, see, I'm not here to criticize or to say something about against the politicians or administrators or anyone. So when you are taking an administrative role like IAS or IPS or some any administrative post and all, or some ministry in the political parties or like educational ministry, tourism and all, whatever, health ministry, the people used to take a oath that they are working only for the system, not for any illegal activities. But the thing is, whether they are working, whether they are doing wellness for the health industry, health minister, so whether they are completely working for the betterment of the society, they have taken, when they are assigned a particular responsibility, they took the oath. What morals has to taught them, what morals or the ethics has to be there, I mean, like, they have to work for the system only. But whether they are working, manipulating, cheating, We are not here to criticize, not to comment them. But the thing is, absolute rule says that. So when you are giving a rule for the respect, well-being of the each, means like when I'm making the rule, I do give the respect for the rule. This should be done means done. No other choice, no other alternative. This should not be done means I don't do anything, and I'm not compromising on my any of the rules and all. Rule of universality. What is the rule of universality? Wherever you go, the principle is the same. Universal standards has to be maintained. Means whether I am in India, United States, or United Kingdom, wherever I am, my rules of the principles are the same. That's it. And different author has given your decision making rule is consequentialism and utilitarianism. What is that? Because see, why we are talking about this philosophical, when I am sitting on the manager side seat, I should be the with the free from the bias. Means I cannot take a decision or a promoting my close one, my relative, or my known person. No, biaslessly, I mean, like without having showing any kind of a favoritism or unethical part, I'm doing my job, doing my business. See, if I wanted to put over the tender and all, giving the money and then leaking the quotation and then I'm getting into the tender, no, it's not the ethical. See, that is the thing. Wherever I'm working, whatever is my position, once I make the rules, when the system has the rules, I bound to rule, and I do respect for that particular rules and regulations. That is what. And consequentialism and this utilitarianism, let us see what they says about it and all. Right? So golden here, Cantinian consequentialism says about concerns for all stakeholders, cost, benefit and all. See, when I am working for the industry, organization or my institution, always what I have to think, I'm not only thinking for myself, I'm also thinking for my organization side. If I'm doing, what could be happen to my organizational name, respect. So because I'm not as a Malini, I'm Malini stands for the employee of Pondicherry University. If I'm doing something wrong, my university will get spoiled. So that you are always thinking of concerns for not only individual, it is your thinking for a stakeholders, and how do we minimize the cost, so by which automatically the benefits will come, right? How it happens? Trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. See, this model, Joseph's model says that. So, this consequentialism is part of maintaining all these the characteristics: trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. And these terms are self-explanatory, not need not to have much discussion on this. Means, if the organization is trusting on me, I do have to follow that, the maintain the trust, and should respect for my organizational belief, and I have a responsibility to fulfill that. Fairness without any, means the organization has given a power to select the people, recruitment and all, managing the funds and all. I have to maintain the trust. I should not get into any unlawful activities and all. Should be a citizen, caring, everything should be managed under this. So this is the one which one has to follow under the consequentialism. And another principle thumb rule of ethical decision making is ethical commitment. That is, what is that? What do you mean by the commitment? The desire. Ethical consciousness says that. What is the ethical consciousness? So you might have been all you know about it. When we are doing something, our inner heart, inner conscious will say that this is right, this is wrong. So that is called consciousness, ethical conscious. Doing things right or wrong, your conscious will say, right? That is what ethical consciousness says. It means like it is not I mean, like taken from the society or from anyone. It is a individual's inner feeling, unaware of ethical implications. Means like if I'm doing something wrong, what could be the implications of this particular behavior? Ethical legalism means if I'm doing anything wrong, that will get into legal procedures. White lies means like being helpful or kind. White lies means what is that like here? So you are so helpful. That's a good nature, but that is not helping in a ethical. Means like I wanted to give because he is a very poor, very pathetic condition. I wanted to hire him to the organization. It is not that you are kind enough. You do that, but it is not harming. You are in way you are helping the person, but you are not helping the organization because ineligible person you are recruiting. If you are recruiting ineligible person into the organization will get suffer. One way you are kind enough and helping the person, but because of that values, emotional values, so organization has to pay that cost for it, right? That is what we say it is a white lies. Okay, no, get better not to get into that, right? Exaggeration or understatement and also this sometimes exaggerating the person. Oh, he is the king, he'll do the miracles, he'll do the extremes. So exaggerating the persons or underestimating the persons, that is also not the, I mean, like sometimes what in and around we can see the people. Some people exaggerate themselves. I'm the much better researcher. I'm much eminent person. I'm such a. I mean, I know across the country, across the globe. I have a knowledge extensive. See, exaggerating themselves. That is also a bad character or exaggerating others. No, and underestimating is also dangerous. So you should assess the person in a correct way, right? And the second and the next thing is about ethical competency, reasoning and problem solving skills and all. What is that ethical competency and reasoning? So one should have once you are in a position to evaluate the people, once you are in a position to identify the skills, abilities of your team members and all, do it properly. Don't show any biasness, don't get into any unethical principles and all. Evaluation of the people should be done, things should be done properly without any bias. Creates creativity, that is spelling is wrong. Creativity, what is the creativity here? So you just try to identify how they are creative, whether they are useful for the organization system or not. Prediction, if I'm hiring this particular person, how beneficially I can extract the work and what the things will happen in the future. You think in that dimension, right? So that is what one dimension of decision making and all. So now let us see about what are the different models of decision making and all. One is the doctrine of relative filth. So what is that doctrine of relative filth? The conscious product, the parent perspective, the parent perspective, special person test, the supreme test, the publicity test, the everyone did it, and WW workflow, your job design and all. So here what will happen here, the different the situations they are given, different perspectives, their consciousness orders means it is an inner feeling or an inner behavior. How do you do that? Either it is you are thinking into your parental perspective or special person test, or here how do you feel, all these are your feelings, individual feelings. So that is what taken into the consideration to build the ethical values of a particular situation or a person. That is your ethical decision making and all. And the next thing is about exercise here given, not much, not required. You can have it later for the understanding only. And here leadership roles and responsibilities to become an ethical person and all. What do you behave? How do you behave? What is your role as being a leader? Legitimate the principles based on the conversation and all. See, like you take, yeah. Tell me, anyone has a question to ask? Yeah. So the leadership's roles. What are the different roles and responsibilities one leader has to maintain or has to have? So the legitimate the principles based on the conversation. You take the decisions based on the conversation. Try to understand the person properly. Provide the tools for principles based on decision making. See, without giving any tools and comfort, and you are expecting the people to work 100%, how they will behave, how they will be able to achieve. It's not possible, right? So that is the thing. Model the behavior and how one has to behave. We just try to shape up your employee, what you are expecting from them, and how you are going to extract the work from them. Encourage the behaviors and also don't discourage. So being a leader, these are the ethical qualities one should have to make the team successful and all. And the next thing is about legitimizing the conversation and all. It is a leadership responsibility to ensure that the organization core principle means. So who is the leader actually? Leader is leading the team members. Means based on he is the ideal, he is the moral. I mean like support. How to he is the one who is giving the direction to the team members, what to do, what not to do, how to achieve the things and all. So how he can do that? And it is a responsibility of the leader to encourage the team members and ensure the organizational bits. Encouraging should be there, but at the same time they have to follow the principles, they have to follow the basic principles of the organization, and without binding the principles they cannot violate, they cannot go beyond that, right? Clearly articulated, effectively communicated, and uniformly upheld. See, it's all very, very powerful terminologies which you have to remember and write in the examinations and ethics. When it comes clearly articulated, means like you should understand, correlate, and analyze the situation, people in a right way. Effectively communicated. What is effectively communicated here? You have to give the communication with them, understand the people, expectations, their behaviors, by which you can make them to work for the system properly. And the next thing is about uniformly upheld, means don't show any favoritism and biasness among your employees and all. What is required here? Uniformity, uniform equality among all your employees, that is much more important. And also these are the qualities or the responsibilities of being a leader in an organization based on the ethical values and all. The next one is providing the tools. Principles based decision making requires what are the basic things which they require? Clear standards must be given to follow the etiquettes or to follow the directions as being a leader. What is required? What is the principles which we have to follow? Clear standards. Unless until I know what is a yardstick, what is my target, what is my goal, how do I follow the standards? So that's why, as being an organizational leader, one should give you the clarity that what are the clear standards one has to follow, one has to reach a common decision making model. I mean, like it is not 10 people are there, 10 different people are taking 10 different decisions. No, no. Each one has to see each one has to have a common decision making, a common vocabulary. Everyone should be on the same statement. It is not that 10 different directions or 10 different statements. No. Mechanisms for clarification and interpretation of principles and all, means when you are understanding each other, you should have a mechanism to get understand each other. That is the most important thing to avoid the conflicts among the groups and all. And a mechanism for reporting one of wrongdoings and all, means like if something is went wrong, so you should have a proper mechanism to control, to corrective action has to be taken on that particular wrongdoings and all, right? And the next thing is about these are the things which we have to man. And the next one is it's a modeling related to the behavior of the people which are inclusive of your ethical values and all. Leaders to be effective in a principles based on the organization, they must routinely, make the ethical component of their own decision making. See here, a leader has to take his own brain. Sometimes we have seen in the mini organization, the people are going to probe him, pollute him, and then based on their judgments, he is going to take a decision. No, it is completely unethical. Leader must think in his own brain by analyzing the current situation and environment and all. And the leaders must be able to point to the key organizational decisions, means like what is exactly is happening, why it is happening. They must know in detail what is their behaviors and what are their principles, what has to be done according to the organizational principles and all, right? And the next thing is encouraging the behaviors of your team members. That is also one of the most important tasks to become a leader, to be a good leader in an organization. So what is that? Employees must explain in detail how the organizational principles are upheld in any decisions of advocate the present, means to meet the requirement, what are the minimum requirements one has to follow. You have to educate your team members. That team members must be discussed and should be celebrated, means like if they understand each other, the performance levels will also be enhanced and all, right? So these are all about some exercises are there, not to talk about those exercises and all. So now let me talk about the another topic in your business ethics. So workplace ethics is one more thing. It is talking about the next thing. Um, yeah, see here. What is this? Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. So, what exactly the things has to be maintained in the workplace? One is the one has to build the trust, responsibility, behavior, principle, relationship, choice, reliability, and morality. These are the variables for your business ethics. So, why we are saying these are the things which we have to maintain at the workplace? So, without which the organization also will suffer, individuals also will suffer, and it is a most what we can say dangerous or most I mean like creating troublesome to the organization and all. So what are the minimum principles, ethical principles in an has to be maintained by the business executives in an organization at a workplace? One, the to become to be a leader or to be a professional in an workplace, ethical principles of the minimum things has to be maintained by the individual. What are those ethical principles? Honesty, promise keeping, leadership, integrity, accountability, fairness, commitment to excellence, and law abiding and all. See, like these things are very much important. Honesty, why the honesty? Because now you just see it, the formula of Coca-Cola, it is a very very confidential, right? So one, if the employees are not honest, they can sell this formula outside, isn't it? So that is the thing. If I have certain formula or concept and all, employees should be honest enough. It should not be for the sake of some bribing, some money, or some infatuations. They cannot cheat the parent organization. So, what is the ethical value says is that honesty is the prime most the character to be a professional life in an individual for an individual and all. And the next thing is about promise keeping. So once you promise to do certain things, I'll achieve these goals. I will improvise myself and also you have to maintain, keep your promises live, not your just like the promises for just like a time pass. No, you cannot. Leadership qualities, just now we have seen it. And integrity means if anything comes, you have to face together, not an individual, right? Accountability, whatever is happening because of the things, you take the responsibility. Oh, this is the sales has not done, why? Because it is my responsibility that I have not trained properly, I have not attended unattended the particular market, that's why my targets have not reached. So accountability means, so you should take the accountability of the things and done. And the fairness, as I said, there should not be any bias or favoritisms and all those characteristics. So whatever the situation, one has to maintain the fairness and all. And commitment to the excellence. At last, Why we are all working together? Because to achieve the excellence in the organization. And law abiding, because we are not supposed to go beyond the law. That is important, right? Whatever we are following, we should be in the, that is ethics stays it and all. So here the core values related to the business. First one is ethics they have to maintain. The trust one has to have. Quality of work, the core values to become an employee or to maintain ethics in a workplace. So these are the four very important characteristics one should have. First one is the trust you have to build among your employees and your subordinates, peers, whatever, wherever you are working under. The quality, no compromise on it. And the next should have a vision to achieve certain things. And the next thing, ethics. Ethics is also very much important as we have talking about it. And just a minute. So the next thing is about your what exactly you need to follow it here. The work talents here, the role of individuals in an organization in effect to improve the effectiveness. So what are the things which we need to follow? Fulfill its stock, inspired thinking, and purposeful communication. So these are the things which are very much important and all. See, like when you are doing working for any organization and all, what is important? The one important thing is role of individual, means like as being an employee of a particular organization and all, fulfill it. I mean, you should work for yourself first, but not going beyond the limits. Within the limits, within the what we can say, the legality, we have to follow the certain norms and conditions. And all. Inspired thinking means it should be helpful for the others also. Yeah, as you are growing, even organization will grow, right? And purposeful communication, don't do any disrespectful communication which will hamper the organizational culture itself, right? So that is the thing. And the next thing is about the role of individual organizational effectiveness in the team. So there are different I mean, here the things are there, the list of activities or competencies one should have to develop to maintain a what we can say, the balance between your organization and the personal life. Both the things which you need to have a certain ethical values and all. What are the things which are mandatory here? Purposeful communication, inspired thinking, fulfill itself, and work talents. Each under the each character, due to the time constraint, we cannot go through each, but you can study about it. Business ethics needs the drivers. What are the business ethics? How do we maintain the balance between this the needs and the drives? So business ethics needs are actually what exactly organization is expecting from an employee and what they are going to achieve. So as a team, how we need to work hard to achieve those targets and all. And what are the drivers? Means to achieve the particular organizational goals, what are the things we need to follow, how we need to follow on that? And what are the approaches to ethics and social responsibility? What are my decision making skills required to follow the ethical principles and to achieve the organizational objectives and all, right? So, and when it comes to what are the needed business ethics needed, why do we need to have a business ethics and all? Because survival of the business. Because Tata Sir stands for ethical business and all. They built themselves. I'm not blaming other industries, but the thing is they built their brand as a ethics. And protecting consumer rights means you should not cross the limits which can cause any damage to the customer, right? So consumer rights are also very important. Always keep an eye on that, and based on that only you frame the rules and regulations and do your ethical business and all. And the next thing is the stop business malpractices and all. That is not entertained. You are not supposed to get into that. I mean, any malpractices are not entertained in the business. And practicing protecting the employee, shareholders, etc. and all. You must protect the employees. You must protect the shareholders. I mean, like, but in the journey of protection, you are not undertaking any kind of a malpractices and all. That is also important. And the next thing is stop the. I mean, like protecting employees, creates the good image of the business and all among the your employees. You have to create a good image among your employees and among the society that this business is stands for ethical. If I'm buying a Samsung, okay, it is a trusted product because no, I mean, like internal components are being manipulated, all those things. Because iPhone, if I'm buying Apple, so I trusted for the quality. They established themselves for the quality, safety, security, like that. Consumer satisfaction is also very much important because why I'm going to buy such brands, either if I'm talking about Apple, if I'm talking about the Honda, what is there in my mind? Because this brand is stands, they will not compromise though the price is high, but they are not compromising on the quality of the product. So that is what even the people are ready to spend more for the safety and for the sake of quality and all, right? And what are the key drivers in a business ethics and all? Corporate scandals and marketplace competition. So scandals means easy, you are no aware of many things. There are many things are happening. Scandals means hackers, I mean, like malpractices, spurious products, fake products, brands and all. In spite of that, you have to maintain your ethical values and ethical business and all. And marketplace competition means in the marketplace the competition is enhanced. When you are coming with a Coke, immediately Pepsi has come. When you are coming with a Maggie, Top Ramen has come into that. When you are coming with a Honda, Suzuki, I mean, like any brand when you're taking across the system, so every way n number of competitors are existing, but still you do the ethical business which can give you the survival in the long term. People, you are building the trust among the consumers mind that people will come forward, even it is expensive, the people would like to buy because you established such a trust among your customers, right? Investors demands, when the investor is investing certain money into it, so what will happen here? The are actually they feel secure. If I'm investing in the mutual funds, what will happen? So my fund is like a government funds, UTI, or if I'm investing into any government bonds and securities, I feel secure because there is no nothing will happen to my money will come back and all. If I'm investing in any private organizations or any lease companies or any money lenders and all, definitely there may be a possibility of it is unethical practices are going on in that unregulatory bodies and all. But regulatory bodies will have ethical principles because they are not that supposed to cheat the customers, investors and all, right? And wherever you are going, globalization and also maintain the standards of your business. These are the things which lead us to which makes us to follow certain principles and all. Why do we need to follow all this? The business approach and ethics, social responsibility and the value system, purpose, impact and the benefits. Because whatever the values we do follow, it is for the sake of certain purpose. What is the purpose? For the standardization, for building the brand and customer trust. These are the three things which are very much mandatory. Based on this, when I'm building the brand in the minds of the customers, trust I am building, definitely what is the impact of that? Automatically my business will grow, profits will increase, sustainability will be there. And these are the benefits. Means I can earn the profits, but in the long term, sustainability will also be there. This is the outcome of it, right? And the next one is the ethical functioning. For ethical functioning is also of the business is very important. How do we shape ethical conduct in the organization? First, we have to do ethical functioning, ethical activities, and forces that shapes the business ethics and all means like whatever the activity, production, finance, marketing. So you just follow the business and all. And certain things which are happening, I don't want to disclose, but still see, in a pharmacy when we are going, the people are not supposed to maintain that near expiring near items and all, but they are not replacing the counter. So whenever some illiterates are going, some even we too, most of us, I mean, like, we are not looking into the expiry dates and people are trying to liquidate the stocks. That is not ethical business, no. So you are not supposed to do such the ethical businesses and all. Ethical awareness. So what is right and wrong, you just try to make them to understand it is taking a life of someone's, right? So that is what it is taking a someone's. If you are adding some the pesticides or something, so it is not ethical business, because you can earn the money but it is spoiling the life of many. So that is not ethical, right? So that is the thing. And ethical education, you have to educate the people about what is right and what is wrong, and you have to behave, that is action, and you have to act like a leader, ethical leader and all. So how do we function this? First thing is we have to create awareness among our people, and judgment, we have to take a decisions what to do, what not to do and all. Finally we have to perform, we have to perform the action. So how it will happen, what are the driving forces of the ethical business and all? So driving forces are, the first thing is organizational culture. The culture organization for at the top of the business. See, when you are taking a very lay example, I'll take it. In during your this summer season, we are all know about, many videos also came on that. Watermelons. We used to buy the watermelons during the summer season. It is a seasonal fruit and all. So what we look into the watermelon, we look at sweetness, we look for the reddish, and we look have a healthy, right? It was a very healthy fruit during the summer and all. We wanted to buy the watermelon which is having a sweetness and red in color and all, right? So what really they are doing it, whether it is a natural ripening or unnatural ripening. We have seen many videos, no, they are inserting some injections into that, color into that, with an, unlike, even for your mangoes, even for your like bananas, they are they are giving some sprays and all. Because of that, the ripening is happening very fast and all. See, is it an ethical business? You are not only earning the money, but you are spoiling the life of many. So even if you are taking a many precautionary measures, see, like your apples, wax coating, it looks like a pada very shiny in the counters and all. We buy, it is like a so expensive, 180 rupees, 220 rupees, 250 rupees per kilo and all. But the thing is, it is a wax coating. So without there are the videos also came up. We don't know factual or the reality, how much it is happening and all. But the thing is, and even if you are talking about the doing the business, ethical unethical business, which is right, what is that, your atta, your wheat flour, that is also what is happening, that it is a plastic is mixed, plastic rice, even plastic rice also has come into the, is it a ethical business? No. So you develop in your organization in a such a way that you have to earn the profits. At last, we are there to earn the profits, not to cheat the customers. But with the ethical business, one has to do it. Ethical stakeholders must be there to take the decisions, not to earn the profits through any unethical means, right? And organizational systems, that is also very important, and personal ethical factors are also very important, right? So these are all the ethical things which one has to, ethical framework, as you know, one has to for how it will start, it is a vicious circle. Actually, it is a one after the other, it will come. Evaluate yourself, commit yourselves, guide others, develop, report, and reinforce. See, these are all the things which are like actually we need to follow, by which what will come here, leadership will come, and then system from here it will start, like a system to leadership, leadership to develop to your, here the reinforce, and the report, evaluate, commit, and the guide. See, this is the things which we are supposed to do it in our ethical business and all, right? So we'll stop here and we'll continue it in the next class. So if you have anything, you can ask me. Otherwise, we'll stop the class and tomorrow we'll continue with the class. Okay. So thank you so much. And we'll have, I mean, do you have any queries? Do you have anything to ask? You can ask me. Otherwise, we'll stop the class right now. Do you have any doubts to ask? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, ma. Okay, okay, ma. So, Beena Raju. Okay, we'll stop here. We'll continue tomorrow with the other topic. Thanks a lot for joining. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi all, good morning. Am I audible? My screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank
Yes.
you.
Good morning.
Okay, so far we have I took you through the PPT, which comprises of the important concepts in the strategic management subject. I'll take you through. We have two more classes now. One and the last hours also is allotted for me, 3 to 4. So what we will do, we will try to come. I'll take you through the study material, and if you have any doubt, you can ask me then and there. And then last session, right? Today, last session, we'll discuss some question paper based analysis also we will do. Okay, this first chapter I told you about how this strategic decision making is being taken and SWOT analysis and all we have discussed. In the first class itself, I took you through, and now what I will do, this second and third, fourth chapter, I will tell you. So how the strategy decision making process takes place, so this we have already discussed, right? The in the PPT I showed you that how it is being done: environmental scanning, strategic formulation, strategic implementation, evaluation, and control. First, we have to do the environmental scanning. For environmental scanning, we have various techniques: SWOT analysis, right, and TOES, right, and then various techniques what we have seen, gap analysis, all that it is being taken into account to do the scanning. After scanning, after understanding the environment, we will formulate the strategy and implement it, and we have to do the review and evaluation, review and control we will do. Here they have given this how this basic model is being done. So this chart I have given you in a simplified format in the PPT, so you can refer that model because that model is a little bit clearer than this. And then this is another important model which I didn't talk about it in the PPT because this is an older model in the decision making, because now we have in the recent past we have lot of upgraded decision making strategy decision making techniques have come. So Mintzberg technique is considered as a entrepreneurial mode, adaptive mode, and planning mode. So this is basically triple P what they are talking about. This is triple P what they are talking about. Whenever you take a decision, especially strategic decision making, what and all you need to keep in account, you have to put yourself as an entrepreneur first and take some move, and then you have to see how people will be adaptive, right? How your decision will be adaptive to the environment, and also how people will respond to your decision. And then planning mode. So these are the three stages or three situation you need to consider, and then you take a decision, so it will not be, you will not make a mistake, right? So because generally when we make a mistake, we always go in one way only, we don't even keep plan B, right? But here what they are talking about, you have to see as an entrepreneur. Yes, because the decision making is always at the, we have seen decision making is always at the top level, right? So when you take a decision, you have to consider yourself as a owner, entrepreneur, and if you stay at the topmost and think about it, you will take a wise decision. But that is not the only criteria, you should also think about the environment and also planning. So in all these three stages, right, all these three modes you have to take into account before taking a strategic decisions. And the fourth model is the updated one by the Quinn, right? By the Quinn, logical incrementalism or incrementalization. So in this mode, top management first develops reasonably clear idea about the corporation's mission and objective. Then in its development of strategies, it chooses to use an interactive process. What is this interactive process? You remember this pyramid way of decision making. I told you this is the top level, functional level, and the implementation level, right? Business unit, corporate, functional. So here I told you what is an interactive process. When the entrepreneur level, if you take a decision, you have to communicate to the business unit. Then business unit will further communicate to the functional unit. If there is any lacuna, if there is any discrepancies there, they have to do what? They have to revert it back. So this is the fourth one. Third, first three, according to Mintzberg, what they were talking about, they said be an entrepreneur, adaptive, and the third one we have seen planning mode, right? So all this is done, but this is little bit autocratic, right? This is little bit of autocratic, because what you decide, how can you think people will adopt, right? So that is why we need to also interact. We need to interact with the people in the system, and then you take a decision. This we have already discussed in the PPT only, how strategic management as a course evolved in India. That is there in this one. I told you about IIM, brought this course, right? IIM brought the course, and then strategic decision making also, was published. The need for strategic decision making, the necessity of strategic decision making evolved in army process. That's why we have discussed in the case of a network analysis, right? In the case of network analysis, I told you that time as a constraint and a cost as a constraint. So when these two things we take into account in the case of critical path analysis, CPM or CPA, critical path method or critical path analysis, and if you take only the time factor, then it is considered as a PERT. So the first decision making in India evolved, across the globe. It evolved because of the army, because we need to take a strategy decision based on the opponent, right? Based on the opponent, and also you need to consider the time and the cost, because what will happen when you go for the war, you take all these raw material. So there is a constraint. As much you take, as much of the raw material you take, right? The instruments, ingredients you take, you need to sustain for the period of war. Total quality management, these are all the concepts why this strategic management evolved. One, I told you about this, the war techniques, right? Learning organization is that one, because the strategic management in the case of army example, you consider that they always learn, but as you change your strategy, the opponent also change, right? Opponent also will change. So in this process, what do we do? We do the learnings. So whatever the raw material we take over a period of time, you take how much to use, what kind of move you should take, and what kind of move your opponent will take, all that you will be learning. And then total quality management, right? So total quality management, you can win over the confidence of the customers only based on the quality of the product or the cost, right? Cost or the quality. So if you consider the cost, you will be a cost leader. Otherwise, you will be a uniqueness in the product. So the essential characters of total quality management is a customer derived definition of quality, because quality, it is not what we provide, it's not what we provide, it is what expected. It is what is expected by the customer. That is what is very important. And if you provide a quality product, you have a strong quality leadership. Nobody can compete with you. And if emphasizes on a continuous improvement, because once you have, that's why last class I gave you the example of a Apple iPhone, right? Apple iPhone, what is happening? It is having highest quality, right? Data privacy and all the features, camera quality, all that is there. Still they keep improving, because if you are not improving, if it is not continuously improved, then the niche will be taken care by your competitor or the close followers. Reliance of fact, data and analysis, encouragement of employee participation, because employee participation in one case study, what they have told, why this employee should be engaged during decision making process. Imagine a situation of a Mintzberg, right? In an entrepreneurial mode, we would not know what is the actual problem faced by the the customers, right? Because it's not about the money I'm talking about, the customer need, the importance what they give, that we do not know. So that is why when you interact with the customers, the customer will be of a mixed people, right? There will be a middle class, upper class, all those people will be there. So if you interact with your employees, any employee's problem also can be tested. So that is why encouragement of employee participation will also allow you to improve the quality, right? One is this employee participation. You will be able to understand the mindset of the common customer, common people. And the second one, when you make them engaged in the decision making process, the employee feel connected. They feel connected. How they feel connected? Because when you are engaging them in the decision making process, they feel that they're also being part of the decision making. So they will contribute more. They will contribute more. They will be motivated. They will be motivated to work hard and all those things. Environmental analysis, all these are, this again similar concepts only. See, this one we have discussed about vision, mission and all, right? Now if you look at it, the mission is the nearby one, right? Vision is a longer term, mission is the shorter one. I have also given you the differentiation and all. Vision ultimately where you want to reach, right? And mission is how you are going to reach, right? So that is what is the difference between vision and mission. So if you want to be a leader in the market, I give you the example of a MBA. If you want to be if you want to get a promotion, right? If you want to get a promotion in your organization where you are working, then that is what is your vision, right? After 2 years, after 5 years, after 10 years, your ultimate goal, that is what is considered as a promotion. And then what is the mission? How you can reach? You will have to understand the organization HR policy. In the HR policy, they are talking about you need to have a PG degree. So you are doing your MBA at Pondicherry University. Once you complete, you can apply for what? Promotion. So your vision can be attained, right, through your mission. So I told you that a formulation of decision making, right? Decision making, strategic decision, you need to consider what? You need to have a vision. First is a vision. And then vision can be attained. Vision is written here, right? Vision is here. Let's take 1 minute. Vision is written here. Either way you can write. So first, vision can be attained based on the mission, right? Mission is what you need to get your degree, PG degree. So if you want to complete your PG degree, what is objective? Where to get, how to get, right? So if you are why you are applying at the Pondicherry University, it's a central university, right? It's a central university. And MBA, you have a different specialization, right? All these fields you are considering, and then you will attain your vision. Vision can be attained through mission statement, objective and goals. What is an objective? Objective, you can put it like this. In a simple sense, even this kind of charts are very, very essential. Now look at it. If you look at the goals, your goals are smaller, right? And then your objectives includes the goals. Your mission includes what? Your mission includes objective. And then your vision includes everything. So if you look at the vision, a part of the vision is the mission. Part of the mission is objective. Part of the objective is the target goal. Right? So you can see that vision is divided into multiple parts. That's one is a mission. And mission is again bifurcated into different objective. And objective is again bifurcated into goals. These are the examples they have given. What is the synergy? Synergy is basically an advantageous situation. Advantageous situation. What is this advantageous situation? I'll give you one example. We take a finance example. Let's take a finance example. There is a company A, there is a company B. All other things remain constant. All other things remain constants. Imagine it's making a sales of 1 lakh. B company is making a sales of 1 lakh, right? Now the question, it is having a variable cost, both A and B, about 50,000, right? Variable cost 50,000 and a fixed cost is having 20,000. 20,000. Now, what is the profit both company can earn? Both the company can earn how much? 30,000. 30,000. Now, what will happen? This synergy arises when these two company combines. These two company combines. It becomes how much profit you will get. You will get a profit of 2 lakhs. Variable costs remain constant. So 1 lakh you will spend how much towards the variable cost? How much profit you have? You have a gross profit of 1 lakh, and then you deduct fixed cost. You deduct fixed cost for both the company, it will remain same. It will remain same only. So in the place of 40,000, you will have to spend how much? 20,000. So what is the profit? So 60,000 is enhanced to how much? 80,000. Now you can ask me, sir, how this 20,000 become 40,000 become 20,000? You take example transport. You take example of a transport. A company, B company, both located at Pondicherry. So both of them, they send 2 truck to Chennai. 2 truck to Chennai. And instead of 2 truck, they are going to send only 1. So their fixed costs become 1. The fixed costs become 1 and the same. That is the example here we are assuming. So synergy is basically the added advantage of combined work. When the companies merge, they get this financial advantage of the situations. Okay, now if you look at the wordings, now you will understand. See, another way of saying this is that the synergy exists when assets are worth more when used in a conjunction with each other. When assets are used, shared between two companies, and the usage increase. When the usage increase, benefits increase, and then expenses reduces. That is the added advantage of the synergy. And you can ask me, sir, synergy, there is a legality is there. What is the legality? There is a competition act. Is there. Competition Act 2002. So what they are talking about in the case of competition, when two competing companies are coming towards merging, then it's a problem. So you have to prove that you're not combining, you're not merging just to kill the competition. You have to prove, then only Competition Commission of India will approve your merger or acquisition, otherwise it will not be approved. So strategic business unit function level strategy, this also we have discussed, right? What are the different leadership style, organization structure. Simple structure talks about director, right? And in case of functional, one CEO and you have a multiple employees. In case of division, you have a division 1, division 2. Strategic business unit has CEO will be there will be a vice president, and then you have a multiple division, and then interaction will be there. And matrix is a combination of a functional and divisional structure, right? So this is only a structure, organization structure they are talking about. This we have already discussed in the PPT only. See, this is the same thing that I told you, the difference, same chart I have given in the PPT also. Levels of strategy, how the risk, right? We have discussed, you remember, risk is higher at the corporate level because they are taking decision, right? That is why their profit is also high. The profit and flexibility is also high. Profit is high, risk is high, and profit is high. And in the case of functional, it is low in both the sides. Okay, in a simple sense, we can say, what is this strategic business unit? Strategic business unit is it's an organization or the unit working within the organization. What is their role? Their role is to make sure that strategic functions strategic functions are running smoothly. Strategic functions are running smoothly. Why that strategic business unit should look at the strategic functions, strategic function properly? We have seen various functions, right? Purchase department, research and development, sales department, marketing, like that. So each department should do the strategic decision making properly. If they do not make a proper decision making, that will hamper the organization attainment of organization goal or vision. So that is why here what they're talking about, strategic business unit will take care of the entire organization strategic functions, right? The biggest limitation of the strategic business unit is that setting up of strategic business unit is costlier one. Because why you need to why it is becoming costlier? Because for strategic decision unit you need to have the appropriate people. So appropriate people with experience, expertise, and all those things. When you have experience and expertise, what will happen? They will expect higher salary, so it becomes a costlier one and the time consuming. The third biggest problem, nobody can predict the future. So here they're talking about how this strategic business unit works. So here they've given the same example, annual objectives they've given, long-term objective, and the division A, division B, division C. So each one they are talking about what? They have to concentrate on the production function, R&D function, marketing function, HR function. So what is their strategic decision making? In each department that comes under one division, which is the strategic business unit. And environmental analysis, we have discussed about various techniques, how this various techniques are being used. So this we have seen internal environment, external environment, right? I have given you the chart in your this one, right? Micro, macro, and external. So macro examples we have seen, micro examples we have seen, right? Socio-cultural, growing fast food, women moving, all this we have discussed. Here we will have all the techniques. This is why I have told you in the PPT also. Somebody asked, sir, which chapter we are going. The chapter wise, here they have given some techniques. In the first chapter they have given some techniques, and then again in fourth chapter, fifth chapter they have given some techniques. I have given all the techniques in one PPT only. So if you go through all the PPT, that is more than sufficient. Now if you look at this scanning techniques, issue priorities matrix, environmental threat opportunity profile, strategic advantage profile, functional area profile, SWOT analysis, impact matrix, opportunity threat matrix, impact scale, gap analysis, balance scorecard. So these three I didn't discuss, but these are very common one. That is why I didn't discuss. Now let us discuss this. What is the issue priority matrix? When you are having a problem, that problem you have to identify or classify into different impact level. See, if you are having in a company, in a business, in an organization, you always have a problem. This problem is not necessarily a hindrance, right? See, the problem, when you talk about the problem, even the constraint is a consider as a problem. So when you have a constraint, do you think that we will have only the constraint with respect to money? No. The constraint with respect to time, constraint with respect to personnel in the organization, right? Different constraints you will have. So when you have all the problem together, you have to prioritize. So this prioritization can be made based on the impact level, right? Probable impact level. See, think about the time, think about the personnel, right? If the employees are not coming, suddenly they are going on a strike, right? If you are not taking care, your production will get stuck. So that's a high priority. You should give high priority. If the employees are facing some problem, if the employees having some demand, you need to address that immediately. Otherwise it is going to affect the production process, it's going to affect the organization goal in a high level. So that is what here they are talking about. Issues, whatever you see this proper word instead of problem, you can use this issues. Issues can be any type. So if the issues are there, you have to prioritize into three categories: high, medium, low, and accordingly probably occurrence, right? Which will occurrence if you are not addressing the employees, this one. Do you have any other alternatives? No. Then that means it's going to affect both, right? So it is going to affect both. So high priority, you need to address it immediately. In the case of low priority is what this the cyclone is happening, right? Cyclone. How long this will affect 1 day or 1 day or 2 days? Then they will come back. So this you need not worry about. If 1 or 2 days employees are taking leave, right, because of this situation, natural calamity and all, that we should not consider as a high priority, because that is in the industry, every company is going to face the similar problem. The environmental threat opportunity profile, that this is similar to SWOT analysis, but instead of strength and weakness, we are going to talk about environment threat only. What is the environment threat? So the production process, right? Production process, techniques, and then machineries, etc. When you have, if it is going to affect the environment, then you need to consider changing it. Otherwise what will happen? Because across the globe, governments are taking a lot of initiative to protect the environment. Otherwise, so one of the technique I'll tell you, if you want to go for a license, right, the RTO office is asking, you need to get the environment clearance in case if your bike is the old bike, right? What is the strategic advantage profile? You remember that comparative cost advantage I told you, right? Comparative trade theory and comparative cost advantage. So what is the strategic advantage profile? A company can produce multiple products, but you are specialized in what is a question mark. So that is why, though you are specialized in multiple things, right, you should be leader in one product, and then subsequently what you will do, you will bring the conglomerate, right? First strategic vertical, it should be your specialization, otherwise you you will have knowledge of everything, but specialization is not there, so you will not be able to sustain in the market because of the quality. If you have your specialization, then you will be able to produce the quality. So that is why the strategic advantage profile, you need to advantage what are all your strength and a weakness with respect to strategic advantage. Functional matrix are area, resource, and deployment matrix, right? So this is basically this technique is used when you have a constraint, right? When you have a constraint. So when you have a constraint, what is the problem? You have multiple departments, right? You take example of a finance, simple example of a finance. Each department requires fund. So in this case, you do not have, you have a constraint of money. Then what you will do, you will go with the proportionate payment, that is budgeting. Proportion. In the case of budgeting, you will go with the proportion or rationing. So in the case of rationing, what you will do, whatever money you have, if you are left with only 1 lakh resources or 1 lakh rupees, you have to divide among all the departments. So here you have a two option, either prioritize, right? Prioritize based on the needs, or you proportionately divide this whatever resources that you have, you provide across the department. SWOT analysis we have discussed multiple times. strength, weakness, opportunities, and then we also have toes in the recent toes analysis. Impact matrix also, we have seen impact matrix, how it is going to impact on the strategic decision. And then impact scale, you need to consider the scale between +2 and -2. So what are the possibilities, right? Probability or possibilities of the success and failure of your decisions. Gap analysis, I told you that where you want to be, right? So let us imagine that you want to reach X, right? Sorry, you want to reach a destination. That is what is your destination. But when you are doing the review, you are identifying you are only here. Instead of here, you are here. So this gap is considered measured as a X. This gap is measured as X, and then you make a proper decision, right? So what kind of a strategic decision you have to take to move your company from this stage to this stage? That is what is the gap analysis. So this gap can be made of anything. This, because in this chart also, in my PPT I have given lot of gap: production gap, sales gap, marketing gap, right? Finance gap, profit gap, personal gap, right? Missionary gap, technological gap, right? All this can be taken into account. And the next one is balance scorecard. What is the balance scorecard? Balance scorecard, I told you that when you are combining the quality with the quantity, so that means, in a simple sense, we can see that company's performance is measured 360-degree, right? So when you take company performance, mostly we take into account only finance. If the company is making a profit, then that's a good company. That is what is most of the time we make it. But in the case of a balanced scorecard, we should not take into account only the finance perspective. We should also look at the customer base, right? Company is not making a profit, but it's having a good impact on the customers, right? And then operations, organization, structure, all that is being taken into account in the case of balance scorecard. And glute scanning techniques, this is a very important one. Glute scanning techniques, what and all you need to take. So especially when you take a strategic decision making process, this is a very common one, right? First you have to get the information. This information, how you are going to get? There are multiple ways in which you can get it, right? There will be an informer, there will be a newspaper, right? Media, press and media. And then you have your competitors, right? Industry trade journals, right? And then various methods are there. And how you are going to check whether this is working or not? You have to do this spying. And based on these two, what will you do? You will do the forecasting. So glute scanning techniques, it is not the simple one. First, you have to gather the information. After gathering the information, you have to spy whether it is true or not. Because once you get the information, information gathering is not easiest task. If you get any information easily, then you have to doubt, right? It is applicable even in a day-to-day life also. If you are getting any information easily, doubt that information, because when you are getting easily, that means the person who is giving the information to you is using his strategy. That means what? He needs some benefit. That is why he is spreading that information to us. So he wants to examine, he wants to spy what kind of decision we are going to take. So that is why we also need to spy back, right? After gathering information, we have to spy, and then you have to forecast. Internal analysis, if you look at it,
So PPT is not visible.
yes. Any doubt? Anil Kumar sir?
So PPT is not visible, sir.
Your voice is very low, sir. Can you please
PPT,
speak a little?
PPT. We can see the PPTs.
No, I am only showing the textbook. Is it not visible to you?
No, no, sir.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me present again. Is it visible now, sir?
No.
Yes, sir.
It's visible only, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Was it visible from the beginning? I could see that somebody responded, right?
Yes, sir. It was visible for us.
Okay,
The screen was
thank you.
visible for some time.
Okay,
It's okay, sir.
okay. Thank you. These are the examples they've given, but I would recommend, right? These are this book. When this book was written, that time it was a example, but you can avoid this. You don't need to write examples, but you can write reasons example. Reasoned examples you can write. Okay. Resource audit is an concept in this strategic decision making, right? In strategic decision making, you take strategic decision making. You take example of this one. Why I'm this I'm talking about this army example, right? Because that's more relevant, and you can apply also in the place of army. You can put a family, you can put a organization, anything you can put, right? Now let us imagine one of the the major dies, right, in an accident, and A dies in the accident. Suddenly B has to take over. If B has to take over immediately, can he take a decision? No. What he has to do, he has to do the resource audit. What is this resource audit? He has to make sure what are the available resources that he need to understand. Available resources, you need to take a note, right? Then you need to take where we are, the gap analysis he has to do. Then only he can make a strategic decision. So without this, he cannot take it forward. He cannot take it forward. So any person who is coming, you need to check what are the physical resources available, financial resources availability, human resources. Because you take example when simple example, if you take, you are living in a joint family, and you get married, you become nuclear. Then if you are taking a leadership, you become the leader, then what you need to do, you need to understand what is your salary, financial resources, and then you need to check what are all the things you have, right, and what are all the things you need to purchase, and then you need to check what are all the human resources you have. That means get the things done through others. So similarly, in the case of a company, when the company is moving from one financial year to another financial year, it needs to take resource audit, it needs to conduct resource audit, and then based on that, whatever decision was taken in the beginning of the year, right, beginning of the organization, right, incorporation and all, that needs to be adjusted. That is why here environmental threat opportunity matrix we have discussed, right? Environmental threat opportunity, you need to check based on the environment how we need to adopt, alter our strategies with respect to the available environment situation. Sumantra Ghoshal remarks, when it comes, they are talking about not only the quantity but also quality. So say for example, intangible assets needs to be taken into account, right? Because many a time when you take a decision making, because in the previous one we have seen financial, physical resources and human. Financial, physical and human, right? But here they are talking about, you need to talk about the intangible assets also. So therefore the human resource audit is done to assess the quality of human resources, that is the knowledge capital, right? The knowledge capital, that means what, how many employees we have, right? and they are the unique employees. You take example of India, right? We have a concept of knowledge drain, or it is also called as what, brain drain. I think you must have heard about this one. What is this brain drain concept? A person who's an Indian citizen studying here, all the benefits he's getting, after getting a degree he goes to where? Another country. He goes to foreign country. That means what? The brain which is being built up in a country, that is being exported to another country, and they settle there only. So this is a concept called brain drain. And you can also think about the comparison of public private. So in the case of, that is why government is having PPP, public private partnership, right? Now you compare the private and a public. It is not applicable in all companies, but you can also see some of the government school and a private school, government college, private college, government hospital, private hospitals. When you take the employees' knowledge and skills, why see, in a very simple question, if I'm asking, why do you prefer private over public? Because you see that employees in the private, the teachers in the private, the doctors in the private. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to recognize the knowledge and the support from the human resources. So that's why you need to check not only the physical and financial and human resources also. In that they are talking about though they are intangible, but they need to given, should be given a importance. And Brio framework talks about, it arises following question. What are the question they are asking? Does the company has a value, rareness of the product, and then imitability? Is it, see, imitability, what will happen if you are bringing, if you are not having any uniqueness? If you are not having uniqueness, the best example, you have an Android phone, right? You have an Android phone. If you are have whatever price you have, you can get the mobile. That is the that is the market. That is the market in which we are having. If you take 2,000 rupee, you have mobile. But the life and the quality, if you ask, that's a question mark, right? So if you are doing imitability, is it costly for others to imitate? Then you are having a unique product. And if you're having a product which is easily imitable, imitation can be made, then you are having a weakness. You're having a weakness. So which need to be diversified, otherwise you cannot be able to survive in the market. Organization is the firm organized to exploit the resources. That question you need to answer. This GANS approach is a 5-step approach which talks about identify, classify firm strength and weakness, and strength to core competencies, and the profit potential of these resources and our capabilities. Select the strategy to exploit the firm's resources, and then identify resource gap and invest in upgrading weaknesses. So this GANS approach, I told you, in the case of a TOES analysis, in the case of TOES and SWOT analysis, the combined approach is called as a GANS approach. What is this GANS approach? Before you do any, before you start your work, what you need to understand? First, you need to understand the market. You need to understand the market. So when you understand the market, you know the strength, strength and weakness of internal possibilities, and opportunity and threat of external. Then you combine these and then you take a decision, right? That is what here they are talking about. First you understand the strength and weakness, and you compare that with the core competencies, whether you'll be able to survive in the market, right? You can say that, sir, I'm having all this capacity, sir, I have this degree, I have this many years of experience. So these your strength and weakness, you are competing, correlating with your long-term goals. And then you do what? Appraise the profit potential of these resources and capabilities. So with this, you are going to demand the salaries. You are going to fix the salaries. So that means you are having that much of strong resume. Then you do what? Then you take advantage of these resources, whatever you have, and then you do what? Identify the gap, how to grow in your career paths. Value chain analysis. Value chain basically that how you can improve your value. So this is the example that I told you, that each functions in the organization, you have to have a value system, right? Value system, here they are talking about the value which is fixed by the top level that needs to be communicated to the up to bottom level, and then each department should also have what? The value system. The value system should be there throughout, irrespective of the profit or not, irrespective of the sales, amount of sale quality and all those things. The value should be maintained. This is the one of the secret to survive in the market. Why? If you have a value system, right, proper value system, then you can win over the confidence of the customers. Otherwise, in the long run, you won't be able to survive. So competitive analysis, when it comes, they are talking about what kind of competition, McKinsey's framework, Porter 5 analysis, these and all we have seen. Key factors, generic strategics of Porter, market welfare, and all those things we have discussed. I'll take you through this again. So market structure, when you come, we have different market structure, that is in economics, managerial economics, you must have studied. Perfect competition, number of sales, seller will be many. Monopoly means seller will be one, right? Oligopoly means few will be there, around 20. Monopolistic means number of sellers are many. And here when it comes to product, when it comes homogeneous, right? Unique, homogeneous, or heterogeneous, similar products are there. These are the different leaders, right? Leaders available in the market. This I told you about this chart, right? Porter 5 techniques. First, you need to talk about the entrance and the byproducts, supplier and buyer, and rivalry among the existing firms. And the McKinsey 7S framework, I told you, system and all those things. See, this chart is the Porter 5. Porter 5, when it comes buyer and supplier, new entrant, and the substitute products. Then last one is industry competitiveness. And the structure also I have shown you in the PPT, right? In the PPT you have seen, right? So McKinsey 7S is a very, very important topic which talks about your decision making. Strategic decision making should combine all the S in the organization. That means what? You should have a structure, system, style, staff, skill, strategy. All that should be coordinated to attain the organization goal. So the generic strategies also we have seen. Differentiation strategy, cost leadership strategy. That is also previously it was focus strategy. Now we have focus differentiation and then focus leadership, right? Cost focus, differentiation focus. So initially it is 3. Initially it was 3. Now we have 4. See here they have given in the book, they have given only this is a old theory. We have 4 theory now. So strategic alternative, this is what we have discussed in the last class, choice of strategy, how we need to take. So far we have discussed various techniques of strategic decision making we have discussed, right? But now what are the all strategic alternatives and choice of strategy? So alternatives also needs to be taken into account because we cannot predict 100% the future. So when you take a strategic decision, you should also have plan B. In case if your plan A doesn't work, then we have to do what? We have to do the plan B also. And your choice of strategy is purely depends on the experience of the entrepreneur, right? Experience of the entrepreneur. So if the entrepreneur is, by the experience of the entrepreneur, he'll be able to predict well. He'll be able to predict well. Otherwise, it is going to be a difficulty. So the question, even we can ask in your case study question C part, they will ask you what kind of strategic technique that you will use. You can use any technique, but what is required? The justification is very much required in the case of part C questions of your examination. So if you are talking about the SWOT analysis, if you are talking about the gap analysis, because you cannot use all the techniques, right? Because each one has its own advantage and disadvantage. So in that case, you have to give the proper justification. Why do you want to use Porter 5, technique, or McKinsey 7S framework, or gap analysis, SWOT analysis? What do you want to use? That is what is the choice of strategy is purely depends on the experience and then vision mission statement of the organization. This all these things should be taken into account, right? If the company is having a lot of constraint with the cost, then you are specializing in cost cutting, then you cannot have proper value. You have to send off the employees, lot of retrenchment will be there, right? And then there will be a lot of cost cutting will be there, machinery, stoppage of production, right? Loss of economic economic will be used. So what are the alternatives are there? Alternatives when it comes concentration strategy. What is the concentration? You have to concentrate only on your specialization, right? And then integration. Integration, I told you, when you go for the integration, you will get the advantage of synergy. Diversification, when you are having a specialization, but that is becoming outdated, right? Outdated, or there is a less demand and all those things, then you have to diversify, right? If it is a technology based industry, then you have to do what? You have to diversify to the another industry or another byproducts, merger and acquisition, joint ventures. And then maintaining status quo, sustainability, growth, turnaround strategy, disinvestment, liquidation, restructuring, and combination strategy, etc. So this is again, they are talking about the same strategic, generic strategies when it comes to overall leadership, differentiation and the cost, right? Differentiation and cost. This is with respect to leadership, and the other one is focus, right? Differentiation, focus, and then cost focus. But everywhere they are giving only 3, but in the PPT I have given you 4. Here they have given, see, cost focus and differentiation focus. This is the modern technique which are used widely. So generic techniques, when they are asking, you have to explain 4 compulsorily. If it is asked in the essay type question, you can write how it evolved from 3 to 4. So the generic strategy, again, they are talking about differentiation, focus, and all. Again, they are explaining integration, vertical integration, horizontal integration, diversification, and all. They are explaining. These are basic concepts. Again, they are explaining the BCG matrix. I told you, right? BCG matrix. See, this chart is not that very clear, so you need to refer that our chart, right? Star, I told you that your market growth is also there, and you can make profit also, right? Company is making a profit, and this one is also making a market rate is there. Then it's a stars, right? Your company is not making a profit, but in the market you can get a good return. Then it's a cash cow. As long as you can make a revenue out of your shares, it's a cash cow. If you are not responding, it becomes what? It becomes dog. Dog means what? Both low. Company is not making a profit, market is also low. And what is the question mark? Company is making a profit, but market growth is not there. Market growth is not there. Then there is a question. It's a good company making profit, but nobody is buying the shares. So share market, the company's reputation is no good. So that's why it's a question mark. They have explained all each one here. G multi-factor. General Electric we have discussed. See, this PPTs here, what they've given is not that very clear. So please refer the, the chart which are given in the PPT. See, this chapter is important when it comes to exam point of view, strategic alliances and joint venture. Here they are talking about what are the different way through which you can combine your company with another company. This is also strategic decision making. Why it is considered as a strategic decision making? When you are identifying that company is not making profit continuously, or company is struggling to make a profit, in that case what you should need to do, you need to merge with the another company, so that by this way what you can do, you can get the assured return. You can safeguard the asset, you can safeguard the assets and the reputation and the employees. So these are the different techniques through which you can merge, right? So strategic alliances, reason for forming alliances. Why? I told you, when you are not in a when you are not in a position to make a profit, or your expenses is going beyond control, highest expenses, reduced profit, or managing the employees or the organization is finding it difficult. There's a lot of interventions, a lot of interventions. So because of these reasons, you can do what? Forming strategic alliances. Types of alliances we know: merger, acquisition, joint venture, triple P, PPP, right? All that can be brought in. Diversification strategy. What is this diversification? Diversification means when you are specialized in one thing, right? Going. In case if it doesn't work, what is the alternative? That is the question mark. That's a big question mark. So that is why diversification, a part of your resources should be diversified. In case if this path doesn't work, you will have some resources left for backup, right? So with this, I conclude. We are running out of time, and the last class I will continue from here, and then we will discuss some of the past papers. Right? Thank you. See you in the afternoon between 3 and 4.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible? Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Myself, Dr. Rahul. So I'll be handling the subject financial management for MBA. Yeah, good afternoon. So we'll start the discussion with syllabus. I think the screen is visible to you, right? Fine. We'll move to the syllabus. In fact, we have 5 units, I think, and we have 8 classes. We'll be discussing the units in detail. We have 5 units. And the first unit starts with the basics of financial management, right? What are the financial goals and the objective of financial management, the finance functions.
Sir, the voice is too low, sir.
Not clear? Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we'll be discussing about the basics in the first unit, like financial management. What is the meaning of financial management? Then the goals and objectives of financial management. So there are two objectives: profit maximization and wealth maximization. So profit maximization is traditional concept of financial management, and wealth maximization is the objective in the modern financial management. We'll discuss about that, and we'll discuss about the finance function, investment. The finance functions include investment, financing, and dividend decisions. So we'll discuss all about that, and we'll discuss about the cost of capital. Cost of capital is important element, right? It's the minimum required rate of return by the investors. So we'll discuss about cost of capital, what is the significance of cost of capital, and how to calculate the cost of debt, cost of preference capital, cost of equity capital, and we'll discuss about CAPM model and Gordon's model. We'll discuss about how to calculate the cost of retained earnings and the weighted average cost of capital also. These are the contents for the first unit. And the second unit will be discussing about the capital budgeting, that is the nature of investment decisions. Capital budgeting is all about decisions on investment in the fixed asset, right? The process of taking investment decisions in the fixed asset. That is capital budgeting. So we will be discussing about the nature of investment decisions, then investment evaluation criteria, that means investment appraisal techniques. There are different investment appraisal techniques. It's also known as methods of capital budgeting. We'll be discussing about the methods of capital budgeting, and it includes net present value, internal rate of return, profitability index, payback period, accounting rate of return, NPV, IRR. Those we will discuss. Right, a comparison of NPV and IRR, that net present value and internal rate of return. We'll be discussing about that in the second unit. And in the third unit, we'll be discussing about the operating and yes. Is there any issues? I think it's fine.
Little more louder.
Okay, fine. So I'll be discussing about operating leverage and financial leverage in the third unit. It includes measurement of leverages, effects of operating and financial leverage on profit, and we'll discuss about analyzing alternative financial plans and a combined financial and operating leverage. It's known as combined leverage. We're discussing about combined leverage. Then we will discuss about capital structure theories, then traditional approach, then MO hypothesis. All are the capital structure theories. There are relevance theory and irrelevance theory, which includes traditional approach, MO hypothesis, right, Solomon's approach, which we'll discuss detail. And then we'll discuss about the net operating income approach, when determining capital structure in practice. We'll discuss about that. And in the fourth unit, we'll be discussing about dividend policies. So how to distribute the profit. Right, it's about dividend, whether the company has to distribute profit as a dividend or whether the company has to retain the profit in the business. So that we'll be discussing in the fourth unit. It includes issues in dividend decisions, relevance theory. So in capital structure and the dividend, in both sides we have relevance theory and irrelevance theory. So we'll be discussing about relevance theory, Walter's model, then Gordon's model, irrelevance theory, hypothesis, dividend policy in practice, and forms of dividends, stability in dividend policy, right? Then corporate dividend behavior. So all those things we'll discuss in the fourth unit. And in the fifth unit, we have management of working capital. So we'll be discussing about mainly working capital. I will discuss about management of working capital management. It's called working capital management. Then significance and types of working capital. We'll discuss about calculating operating cycle period, right? It's called operating cycle period or cash cycle period, or cash operating cycle. So we'll discuss many names, or it is also known as working capital cycle. We'll discuss about that, and we'll discuss about estimation of working capital requirements, then financing of working capital, and norms of bank finance. Then we will discuss about source of working capital, that is short-term source of finance, generally short-term source of finance. Then we will discuss about the factoring services. Like factoring is about, it's like selling the debtors, selling the bills receivable to an outside agency. It's called factoring. So we'll discuss about the factoring services, then various committee reports on bank finance, and we will discuss about dimensions of working capital management, different dimensions of working capital management. So these are the 5 units we'll be discussing during the whole session. And we'll start with the first unit, the nature of financial management. So what is financial management? You can see that finance is the lifeblood of any business, right? Without touching finance, you cannot start any business, or you cannot think about a business, because the first journal entry that you enter when you start a business is cash account up to capital. So cash is being, right. You start with the finance, and when you wind up a business, when you are closing a business, that time the last entry will be most probably capital account up to cash. You'll be paying cash to the partners and closing the business. So from the beginning to the end, cash is important in case of business. So we have to discuss about how to manage this cash or finance or fund in business. So we can see that definition by Howard and Upton, right? A finance may be defined as that administrative area of or set of administrative functions in an organization which relates with the arrangement of each and credit, so that the organization may have the means to carry out objectives as satisfactorily as possible. It's all about managing cash and credit, right? So you can see some definitions here. Paul G. Finance, right? Financing is the process of organizing the flow of funds. So it's all about managing the flow of fund. Flow of fund means cash inflow and cash outflow. We have to manage cash inflow and cash outflow. Whenever there's a cash outflow, there should be a matching cash inflow also. And if there is any inequality is there, then it will create problem. It will create distress in companies, right? It's called financial distress, or cash shortage will happen. It's called financial distress. So when the cash inflow is inadequate to meet the cash outflow, it's called financial distress. So it's all about managing the cash inflow and cash outflow in a business organization. The subject of finance can be classified into 2, public finance and private finance. In public finance, we have government institutions, state governments, local self-governments, and select government. The financial management in government institutions, financial management in state governments, financial management local self-governments and central government is known as public finance, right? Whereas financial management in private companies or personal finance or finance of non-profit organizations, so all those things are known as private finance. So the subject of finance is having 2 branches, that is public finance and private finance, right? And what is business finance? So we are talking about business finance. We are not going to discuss about public finance, or we are not going to discuss about personal finance. So we will be discussing more about business finance. It is financial management in business concerns. There is a topic for discussion here. Right? What is business finance? is an activity or a process which is concerned with acquisition of funds, use of funds, or distribution of profit by a business firm. So for a business purpose, if you're either you're acquiring, right, the process of acquiring and using it and distributing the profit. And this process is known as business finance. So acquiring means from where we are getting the fund, from where we are getting the fund, from where we have to raise the fund, which type of source you have to use for the long-term finance, right, or short-term finance. That is about raising the fund. And use of funds means how we are utilizing the fund that you have raised, whether we are going to invest in the long-term assets or short-term assets, and what is the proportion that we are going to invest in short-term and long-term assets. And in the long-term assets, which type of asset we are using, right? Whether you are taking for lease or whether you are purchasing the fixed asset, right? All those things. It's about investment, purchase of asset or investment in the long-term and short-term assets. That's called use of funds. Then it's about distribution of profit, right? Whatever you have earned. So how you are going to distribute it, whether you are going to retain it in the business or whether you are going to distribute to the owners or not, right? Or in case of partnership, it is partners. In case of company, it is shareholders. Whether you are going to distribute it or we are retaining it. So the process of taking all these decisions is known as business finance. So when you discuss about business finance, there are sole proprietary finance, partnership finance, and company or corporation finance. So we will be discussing about company or corporation finance. We are not focusing on sole proprietary finance or we are not focusing on partnership finance. We will be discussing mainly about company or corporation finance. So corporate finance means the process of raising, providing, and administering all money or funds to be used in corporate or business enterprise. So corporate finance is all about process of raising, providing, and administering all money or funds to be used in a corporate or enterprise. That is what corporate finance. In case of business finance, the same thing, but we are doing the business finance in companies. It's called corporate finance. Right? And you can see the relationship between finance and other disciplines, like accounting, operational research, production, economics, taxation, all are supporting this financial management in various decisions, whether it is about investment, working capital, leverage, or dividend policy. So all are supported by other disciplines. So the nature of finance function. In most of the organizations, financial operations are centralized. Right? There will be centralized operations and decentralized operations. Centralized operations means whether you are managing it from only one branch or suppose from the head office. And if you, even if the company is having different branches or different units in different places, the management will be only from one branch or from the head office. Right? It's called centralized management. In case of finance also, most of the cases, most of the companies will be centralized management. They will be managed from the center, from the head office. So most of the financial decisions will be taken from the head office only. Head office will raise the fund and they will distribute the fund to each branches. They'll collect profit and the head office will discuss about whether to distribute the profit or not. Okay? It is not decentralized. Decentralization means if it will be taken by different branches or if your company is having different branches in different countries, the financial decision will be taken by each branch in each countries and all. But in case of finance, most of the cases, the finance decision will be taken by the head office from the centralized agency, right? Centralized, very centralized, right? And it is very important. It contribute to survival of growth, and finance function is primarily involved in the data analysis, right? All those things are there. Its finance functions are concerned with the basic business activities of a firm, right? It is external environment factors that affect the basic activities, namely production, marketing. So all the activities will affect finance. And finance functions comprise of control functions also, right? So simply the central focus of finance function is valuation of the firm. Whatever be the decisions, the finance function will be focusing on the finance function will be focusing on the valuation of firm. Whatever decision taken by the finance department, it should be for increasing the value of the firm. That is the main motto of finance function, right? The increasing the value of firm or increasing the wealth of shareholders, right? And for whatever be the department, it's all the department are depending on the finance department, right? Even if it is marketing department or it's production department, whatever the department, so they have to depend on the finance department. So that much importance we have to give for the finance department, right? So what are the content of finance functions, right? James Ivan Horn, even like investment decision, financial decision, the dividend decisions are the contents of financial management, finance function. And NSW Walker, given like financial planning, financial coordination, financial control as the content of finance functions. And Fred Weston, Eugene, and Brigham as given like financial planning and control, management of working capital, investment in fixed assets, capital structure decisions, individual financing. So all are the contents. But mainly we'll be focusing on the James C. Van Horn's definition of financial management. So we'll be focusing on these are the main contents of finance function: investment decision, financing decision, and dividend decision. An investment decision means whether we have to invest in the fixed assets, right? In which fixed asset we have to invest, and so if you are investing in the current asset, which type of current asset you have to invest, in which type of current asset you have to invest, or what are the short-term sources you have to use, what are the long-term sources that you have to use. So all those decisions will be taken by the financial manager as the investment decision, right? Financial decision from where you have to raise the fund. Dividend decision is about how to distribute the profit, whether we have to distribute profit or retain, or if we are distributing, how to distribute. So it will be taken by the financial manager as investment dividend decision, right? This dividend decision. So financial management mainly includes financial planning, financial control, then financial decisions, investment decision, and management of income and dividend decisions, and incidental function, other functions also. Right. So what is the evolution of financial management? How it got evolved? There are mainly three stages: traditional stage, transactional stage, and modern stage. Traditional stage is finance up to 1940. We mainly focus on specific events like formation, expansion, merger, and liquidation of firm. So while forming the business, while expanding the business, or when two businesses are merging together to start a new business, or when we wind up to liquidate the firm. So during that time only, the role of financial manager comes during the traditional stage. But during the transactional stage, it got little elaborated. They started involving in the day-to-day activities also, as field of funds and planning and control. So the essence of financial management was transferred to working capital management and day-to-day activities, routine programs, right? It's called the transactional stage. And after 1950 and all, the focus of financial management were focused to the increasing the wealth of shareholders. Right, the main focus of financial management was on proper utilization of funds so that the wealth of current shareholders can be maximized. So, in the modern stage, the objective of financial management is on increasing the wealth of shareholders. And what is wealth of shareholders? How to measure the wealth of shareholders? Wealth of shareholders means the value of share. The wealth of one shareholder will be based on the market price of the share that the shareholder is holding, multiplied with how many number of shares he is holding, right? So it is basically on the value of share, how to increase the market price of share. So in the modern stage, the financial management is focusing on the market price of share. And what are the scope of financial management? What are the activities involved in the financial management? It includes estimating the financial requirements, deciding about capital structure. What is capital structure? Capital structure means the proportion of long-term source of finances, the total capital. So whether we have we are starting the business only with equity capital, or we are starting the business only with equity and debt, whether we are starting the business with equity, debt, and preference share. Right? It's about the capital structure. Whether we are focusing only on equity, or equity with the preference, or equity with the debt, or equity with the preference and debt. Right? So, what is the proportion of all these sorts of finance that we are using? Whether 50% debt and 50% equity, or 45% debt and 55% equity, or 30% equity, 20% debt and 50% preference. So that proportion is known as capital structure. So it is the scope of financial management. Financial management will be deciding the capital structure of the organization, right? Then selecting a source of finance from where you have to raise the fund. The source of finance should have a cheaper cost. The cost of capital should be less, right? And the protection cost will be less. Should be less. Whether we have easy to acquire, whether we lose control, like many things we have to consider when you are going for a source of finance. Whether you are going for a short-term finance or we are going for a long-term finance, that also we have to consider, right? In proper cash management and selecting pattern of investment. Whether you are investing in the long-term assets, short-term assets, right? How you are going to invest the money, right? The fund that you have raised. That also comes under the scope of financial management. Then proper cash management, implementing financial controls, preparing budget, cash budget, and controlling the finance, right? Then proper use of surplus, whether distributing the profit is about dividend, whether you are distributing the profit or retaining it in the business, or you are distributing 50% or retain 50%, right? Later you have to discuss about use of surpluses, that is profit, how to use the profit. That also comes under the scope of financial management. You can see the organization of finance function. I think most of you will be knowing about this structure, right? The board of directors, they are the top level management, right? The representative of the shareholders, they are called the directors. So directors collectively known as board of directors, and they will appoint one managing director or CEO will be there. Under the CEO or managing director, there will be production director, sales director, finance director, personnel director, and marketing director. Or it's like finance manager, purchase manager, finance manager, production manager, personal manager, marketing manager, like that. There will be departmental heads, they're called departmental heads. Then under the finance director, so you have to combine all these to this, focusing on the finance function, right? So finance director, under finance director, there will be treasurer and controller. So in India, there won't be any classification like treasurer and controller. We have chief finance officer or chief financial manager or all. But countries like America or in Europe and all, right? In Europe and American nations, we can see that the classification of treasurer and controller under the finance department. The treasurer will be focusing on auditing, credit analysis, cost management, pension management, all those things. But controller will be focusing on planning and budgeting, cost and inventory, and profit analysis, then accounting and payroll management and all. It is a duty of controller. So these are the organization of the finance function in an organization. The importance, as we have discussed in the nature, the financial planning and successful promotion of enterprise is needed. Acquisition of funds as and when required at minimum possible cost. So the duty of financial manager is to acquire fund when it is needed, whenever it is required, and at the minimum possible cost. Right, and possible use and allocation of funds. Right, you have to allocate the fund in the most optimum manner. Right, then taking sound financial decisions, improving the profitability through financial controls, increasing the wealth of investors and the nation, promoting mobilizing individuals and corporate savings. These are the duties of financial manager, and the same as the importance of financial management. Right. So next we are going to discuss about the objectives of financial management. What is actually the objective of financial management? Whether a financial manager or the financial management function have to concentrate on profit maximization or they have to concentrate on wealth maximization. Profit maximization means you have to take all the decisions focusing on increasing the profit of the company, only the profit, earning per share. So we're focusing on increasing the earning per share. That is called profit maximization. In case of wealth maximization, you have to think about many things. Right? Wealth maximization means you are thinking about or you are focusing on increasing the market price of share. That is focusing on increasing the market price of share. So it is not the only element, that is profit is not the only element which affect the market price of share. There are many factors. The reputation of the company will increase the market price, right? The management and the organization culture, right? Whether we continuously whether we have profit or not, the future prospects, right? All those things will affect the market price of share. So whether we have to concentrate only on the profit maximization or whether we have to concentrate wealth maximization. This is a point of discussion. So there are many others who are against profit maximization. There are many proponents who are against wealth maximization. They are supporting the profit maximization. We'll see what are the arguments against and in favor of profit maximization. So profit maximization is also called the traditional view or narrow approach. The traditional approach or narrow approach. Profit maximization is also called earning per share maximization because what is earning per share? It is the total profit available to equity shareholders divided by the number of equity shares. It's called earning per share. So a financial manager will focusing on earning per share. So he is mainly focusing on increasing the profit. Right? Earning per share means actually profit only. Right? So it's also known as earning per share maximization. And it leads to maximize the business operations for profit maximization. The ultimate aim of business concern is earning profit, as we have discussed. And profit is the parameter of measuring efficiency of business concern. Sorry. Yeah, so here it is cold, have some issues. Yeah, so profit maximization. So whenever you discuss about any company, think of any company, if you want to compare two companies, mainly you focus on thinking about the profit, right? For which company is having highest profit. That is a parameter for measuring efficiency of a business. So this proponent is saying that you should focus on profit maximization, right? So increase profit, that means your efficiency is more. The profit maximization objectives help to reduce the risk of business, right? If you have enough profit, there won't be any financial distress, any shortage of fund, right? If you have enough profit, so you have enough fund, there is no risk or risk can be reduced. Right? And for profit maximization. What are the unfavorable arguments or arguments against this profit maximization? That is, the profit maximization leads to exploiting workers and consumers, right? When the business concern is focusing only on profit, they won't think about the workers, they won't think about the other stakeholders. They will be thinking only about the profit. So how to increase the profit of the company. So they may exploit workers and consumers. Profit maximization creates immoral practices like corruption, right, unfair trade practice, all those will be there. They will reduce the quantity or quality. And it will affect the customers, right? And profit maximization objectives leads to inequalities among the stakeholders, right? They'll be focusing only on shareholders. They won't be focusing on customers. They won't be focusing on suppliers. They're not considering the environment. They're not considering the society, right? They're focusing only on the profit. These are the arguments against profit maximization, the objective of profit maximization. Another drawbacks, it is a vague concept and ignores time value of money and ignores risk. So next concept is wealth maximization. So some others says that it is wealth maximization that should be the objective of financial management. So you can see the equation here. Shareholders' current wealth in a firm is equal to number of shares owned by the shareholder multiplied with current stock price. That is the market price, right? So wealth maximization is superior to profit maximization because in case of profit maximization, we are focusing only on the profit of the company, only on the earning per share to the shareholders. But in case of wealth maximization, we are considering other stakeholders also. Not only the shareholders, we are considering other stakeholders, the employees, the customers, right? The society, the environment. So all those things will give a reputation to the business, right? When the reputation is there, it may increase the market price, right? All those things you have to consider. And wealth maximization considers the comparison of the value to cost associated with business concern. It's comparison of value to cost. And wealth maximization considers both time and risk of business concern, right? And if you are taking huge amount of risk, there is a possibility of loss, right? Risk means possibility of loss. So in that case, if you are taking huge amount of risk, the market price may go down, right? And there will be other concerns also, like the time value. Suppose you are going to earn profit. So in case of profit maximization, it's not taking into consideration when you are going to earn profit, like whether after for next 100 years or next 20 years, or only for 5 years you earn profit, and after that you end up with losses. But in case of wealth maximization, we consider the time value, right? What is the present value of the business, and if you earn profit like this, whether you can earn for a long period or for a short period like that. So it considers both time and risk of the business. Then wealth maximization provides efficient allocation of resources. So in case of profit maximization, they'll be focusing on maximum use of resources, right? Maximum use of resources. But in case of wealth maximization, the business will be, or financial function will be focusing on optimal utilization of resources, not the maximum. Optimum means the best possible utilization of resources. And it ensures economic interest of society, right? As we have discussed, the wealth maximization concept considers the interest of the society also. And not only the interest of shareholders, it also considers interest of the society also, right? So what are the arguments against and in favor of wealth maximization? There are some arguments against wealth maximization, right? Wealth maximization leads to prescriptive idea of the business. Right, it's a prescriptive idea of the business concept, but it may not be suitable for the present day of business activity. Right. So simply, if you tell wealth maximization, so there is no shortcut how to increase the wealth. Right. There is no clarity on how to increase the wealth. So the wealth maximization creates ownership management controversy. The management wanted to increase profit, and owners they need wealth. So there will be a conflict whether we have to concentrate on profit or wealth. And management alone enjoys certain benefits, right? In case of wealth maximization, management alone can enjoy certain benefits also, right? Even if the profit is less, you can say that we are focusing on increasing the share market price or share price, and when they are focusing on increasing the market price, so management will be knowing in advance what type of strategy they are going to use, what type of product they are going to introduce, right? All those things. So it will affect, it will promote the insider trading, all those things activities, right? Then ultimate aim of wealth maximization is the objective is to maximize profit, right? Even though we are telling it is wealth maximization, without a profit, cannot increase the value of share also, right? So even though you are telling the wealth maximization, it actually indicates profit maximization only. It's also another argument against the objective of wealth maximization. And the wealth maximization can be activated only with the help of the profitable position of the wealth, as you discussed. If there is no profit, you cannot concentrate on the wealth maximization, right? So it is actually using the wealth only. The differences here. Our key areas of we have discussed. The key areas of financial management includes estimating capital requirement, determining the capital structure of the enterprise, finalizing the capital structure of the enterprise, then finalizing the choice as to the source of finance, deciding the pattern of investment, distribution of surplus, and efficient management of cash. Next one is financial decisions or major decisions in financial management. Right? A financial manager, according to Ezra Solomon, must to find a rationale for answering the following three questions. What are the three questions? How large should an enterprise be and how fast it should grow? Right. So what should be the size of the organization? In what form it should hold profit? It should hold asset, whether it is current asset or fixed asset. How should the funds required to be raised? From where we have to raise the fund? These are the questions to be addressed by the financial manager according to S. Solomon. So based on the questions, we can classify the financial management decisions into three. That is financing decisions, investment decisions, and dividend decisions. Financial decision is about how funds can be raised. Financial decision is about financial decisions are all about how funds can be raised and what is the capital structure. How funds can be raised means whether we have to go for long-term finance or short-term finance. Whether we have to go for equity or debt, right? It's about capital structure. Whether you have to invest only with equity capital. Equity capital means our own capital. Debt capital means you are borrowing and investing, right? Or preference shares. It's similar to shareholders, equity shares, but they have some preferences over the equity shareholders. They are called preference shareholders. Right? So there are financing decisions, investment decision, and event decision. So financing decision we have explained. It's capital structure. It's about capital structure and how to raise the fund and what should be the cost of capital, or right. Well, cost of capital includes cost of equity, cost of preference capital, and cost of debt. So what should be the cost that you have to consider, right? Then investment decisions. The next decision is investment decision. Where to invest. So we have decided about how to raise the fund, right? Now we have the fund with you, and where we have to invest. This is called investment decision. Then we have to invest in the fixed asset or short-term asset. So investment decision related to fixed asset is known as capital budgeting. The process of taking investment decisions in the fixed asset is known as capital budgeting. The process of taking investment decisions in the short-term assets is known as working capital management. The process of taking investment decisions in the short-term assets or the management of short-term assets, the current assets and current liabilities is known as working capital management. Now you have raised the fund, you invested the fund, so now you will get the profit. And how to distribute the profit? It's about dividend decision. Dividend decision is all about how to distribute the profit, whether you have to pay out the profit or whether you have to retain the profit, right? Whether you have to decide the dividend payout ratio, whether you have to 100% dividend payout ratio, whether you have to follow a 50% dividend payout ratio, or whether you have to follow a 0% dividend payout ratio. So it's all about deciding the dividend payout ratio, right? So there are mainly three financial decisions, that is financing decision, investment decision, and dividend decisions. So when we are discussing about all these decisions, when we are discussing about investment decision or financing decision or dividend decision, you have to consider two things: liquidity and profitability, and risk and return. There should be a balance between liquidity and profitability. When the liquidity is more, profit will be less. What is liquidity? Liquidity can be defined as the availability of fund. If you have more amount of fund with you, short-term funds with you, in that case, you have huge liquidity, but high liquidity is there. But profitability will be less. Profitability will be less. Why or how profitability is less? Because instead of keeping a huge amount of fund with you, you can invest it somewhere and get more return. So that chance is not there, right? So when liquidity is more, profitability will be less. When profitability is more, that whatever amount that you got, whatever profit you got, you're investing it in fixed assets and opening new branches and all. But if you, in that case, you will be having enough fund with you, right? So if there is more liquidity, profit will be less. And if there is more profitability, liquidity will be less. So you have to manage between, or you have to balance between liquidity and profitability while taking the financial decisions. And the risk and return also. So return includes a risk-free rate plus risk premium. Risk-free rate is the normal return, right? That you receive. So you are depositing in the bank, you'll get a return, right? And this risk-free return without taking any risk. when you are investing in the business, you should get something extra than the normal return, right? Or something extra than the bank rate. That is called risk premium. When you take risk, you should get a risk premium also, right? So what you have to consider, risk and return. There should be a balance between risk and return. When you take high risk, there should be higher return also, right? And there should be a balance. So what are the factors that influence the financial decisions? This is the capital structure, the capital market and money market. Capital market means the market for long-term financial instruments. Money market means the market for short-term financial instruments. And the state of the economy, whether we have boom state or recession, depression, it also will affect the financial decisions. The requirement of investors, what are the requirements of the investors? That also will affect the financial decision. The government policy, taxation policy, financial institutions and banks, right? Then there are some internal factors. There is nature of the business, age of the firm, size of the business, extent and trend of earnings, liquidity position of the business, right? Whether we have enough liquidity or enough liquid funds with us or not. Then working capital requirements, whether we need a huge amount of working capital or very less working capital. Then composition of assets, composition of fixed and current assets, the nature of risk and expected return, right? What is the nature of risk and what is our expected return from our business? So all these internal factors also will affect, all these internal factors also will affect the financial decisions. So that's all about the basics of financial management, right? So we have discussed about what is financial management, what is finance. We discussed about what is financial management. We discussed about the finance function. Then we have discussed the evolution of financial management, scope. We have discussed about the organizational structure of financial management. Then we have discussed about the importance and objectives of financial management. In objectives of financial management, we have discussed about profit maximization and wealth maximization. Then we have discussed about the key areas. Then we have discussed about the financial decisions, important financial decisions. There are 3 decisions. What are the 3 decisions? Financing decisions, investment decisions, and dividend decisions. Right? Then we have discussed about the factors influencing financial decisions. So next, we are going to discuss about cost of capital. We are going to discuss about cost of capital. What is cost of capital? Even though it's a cost, it is there in the name, right? Cost is there in the name, but it's not actually the cost. It can be considered as a return instead of cost. So cost of capital means it's the minimum rate of return required by the investors, or it's the minimum rate of return expected by the investors. The investors include equity shareholders, maybe the debenture holders or debtors or preference shareholders. Right. When a person is investing money in your business, what will be their minimum expected return? That is the cost of capital. That is the cost of capital. So if you have different sources of finance, you have equity share, you can go for equity finance, you can go for preference shares by issuing preference shares, you can raise fund, or we can go for debentures, you can raise fund by issuing debentures, right? Or we can go for using retained earnings, like whatever earnings that you have, whatever reserves you have, you can use that also for investment, right? So based on this, we have to calculate different cost of capitals. Cost of equity, that is for the cost of raising the equity shares, not the cost of raising the shares, what's the minimum expected return, or what's the minimum rate of return expected by the equity shareholders. It's called cost of equity. What is the minimum rate of return expected by the preference shareholders is known as cost of preference capital. And the minimum rate of return expected by the debtors is known as cost of debt. And the minimum rate of return expected by the company when we are investing the retained earnings is known as cost of retained earnings. So cost of retained earnings is almost similar to cost of equity, because retained earnings, when you are not retained in the business, you are supposed to distribute to shareholders. When you distribute to shareholders, shareholders will be invested somewhere. So their rate of return is same, right? Cost of equity, when you distribute it, it will be with the shareholders. So they'll be investing in somewhere. So that cost of equity will be same. But only difference is when you are distributing the profit to shareholders, there'll be some tax, there'll be some brokerages, right? Many other deductions will be there. So after deducting all those things only, they'll get the amount. So there will be a change in the cost of equity and cost of retained earnings because of the brokerage and tax, all those elements. So we'll discuss in detail in this cost of capital chapter. You can see the meaning of cost of capital. Cost of capital of a firm is the minimum rate of return expected by the investors. It is the weighted average cost of various sources of finance used by the firm, right? So we have discussed about cost of equity, cost of debt, cost of reference capital, cost of retained earnings. And what is our capital structure? What are the sources that included in the capital structure? Based on that and the proportion of, based on the proportion of all these sources, we have to calculate a weighted average cost of capital. It is not average. If it is average, that means only we have to add all these costs and divide by 4. But it is weighted average. What is the weight? That is a proportion. Right. If it is 50% equity out of the total capital, in that case, we have to give 50% weight to the cost of equity. And 30% debt, in that case, you have to give 30% weight to the cost of debt. And if it's 20% preference capital, in that case, you have to give weight 20% weight to the cost of preference capital, right? So like that you have to give weight and calculate the average. It's a weighted average cost of all these sources of finance. It's known as weighted average cost of capital. So cost of capital of a company is also known as weighted average cost of capital. When there is a higher risk involved in the firm, then the cost of capital will be high, right? When the risk is high, in that case, the cost of capital also will be high. Why it is high? Because the investors will expect higher return because they are taking high risk. So based on the risk, the cost of capital also will be high. And Hunt, William, and Donaldson has given a definition. A cost of capital may be defined as the rate that must be earned on the net proceeds to provide the cost elements of burden at the time they are due, right? So cost of capital is defined as what is the minimum rate of return that the company has to earn to meet the expectation of the investors, right? So you can compare the return on investment of the company with the cost of capital. If the return on investment of the company is less than cost of capital, that means company could not meet the requirement of the investors. Company cannot pay the debt interest. Company cannot pay the dividend, right? So that means company is not efficient. And if the return on investment is more than cost of capital, that means company is performing well, more than the expectations of the investors, right? That can be a benchmark for the measuring the performance of a company. Cost of capital can be considered as a benchmark. Ezra Solomon has given a definition like cost of capital is the minimum required rate of earnings or cut-off rate of capital expenditure. Right. Another components of cost of capital. It includes normal rate of return at zero level, the premium for risk and premium for financial risk, the premium for business risk and premium for financial risk. Total it is called risk premium. Right? What is business risk? That is risk due to operations of the business. Financial risk means risk due to the financial structure of the business or the capital structure of the business. If you include more amount of debt in the business, the financial risk will be huge. You have to pay more amount of interest. If you don't have enough profit, you cannot pay the interest. It's a financial risk. Business risk means reduction in the sales, right? Or you cannot produce enough goods, you don't make profit. These are business risk. So the cost of capital should include the minimum return plus risk for the business risk, premium for the business risk, and premium for the financial risk. What is the importance or significance of cost of capital? It is considered as an acceptance criteria in capital budgeting. So when you think about investing somewhere, it will be the basic criteria, right? The investment option or investment alternative should earn a minimum amount which satisfies the cost of capital. So you consider cost of capital as a criteria when you are taking the investment decisions or capital budgeting decisions. As a determinant of capital mix in capital structure decisions, right? When you are deciding the mix of capital, you are deciding the optimal capital structure. So in that case, the cost of capital will be the determinant, right? We have to reduce the cost of capital when you are forming a capital structure. You should focus on reducing the cost of capital. Then, as a basis for evaluating the financial performance, as I have told, you can compare the return on investment of the company with the cost of capital in order to evaluate the performance of a company. It is work as a basis for taking other financial decisions, whatever the other decisions. So cost of capital can be considered as a benchmark. And that is the significance of cost of capital. So the cost can be classified into historical cost and future cost, explicit cost and implicit cost, specific cost and composite cost, average cost and marginal cost. Historical cost means already incurred. Future cost means going to incur in future. Explicit cost means is actually you're paying the amount. Implicit means you're not paying it, but actually it's a cost. And specific cost means a cost of equity, cost of debt, cost of preference shares. These are all specific cost. Composite cost means weighted average cost of capital. It's a composite cost. Right. Average cost means the average of the total cost, and marginal cost means what is the additional cost you require if you're going for additional finance. It's called marginal cost. So it's not a point of discussion here.
Sir, can you explain the second point again?
Which one?
That explicit cost and implicit cost.
Explicit cost, actually you're paying the cost, right? In case of retained earnings, it's an implicit cost, but cost of debt is an explicit cost, right? And cost of debt you have to pay as interest. You have to pay it from the company. But retained earnings you won't pay anything, but you are calculating it, right? There's a cost involved in the retained earnings. If you use retained earnings, there should be a cost, right? It's an implicit cost, even though you are not actually paying the retained cost for retained earnings, but you have to calculate it. That's called implicit cost. But in case of explicit cost, you are actually paying it. Interest, cost of debt is an explicit cost. You are actually paying it, right? It's called implicit cost and explicit cost. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Next, determination of cost of capital. So the problems in determination of cost of capital is actually the conceptual controversies regarding the relationship between the cost of capital and the capital structure, right? So whether we have to focus on reducing the cost of capital while deciding the capital structure or not is a conceptual controversy. In historic and future cost, we have to consider future cost, right? Future cost means already we'll be having some shares, right? Equity shares. Already we having some preference shares. Already we have debt. Whether we have to consider that cost or whether we have to consider the future cost. Historical cost means the cost of capital that you already have. Future cost means suppose you are going to raise some more fund by issuing shares. In that case, what will be the cost of equity? Whether we have to consider that, right? Suppose you already taken a loan of 10 lakh rupees. For that, interest is only 8%. So cost of debt is only 8%. But now if you are going for an additional loan, the interest will be 12%. So whether you have to consider that 8% or this 12%, right? Whether you have to consider the historic cost or future cost. That is a problem. And problems in computation of cost of equity, right? Cost of equity means the expected return by the equity shareholders. So how we will calculate the expectation of equity shareholders, and each investors will be having different expectations. So how to calculate that? That is a problem, right? And problem in computation of cost of retained earnings, right? Cost of retained earnings is the retained earnings the company is having, the reserves the company have, which is retained in the business, profit retained in the business. How to calculate cost of that, right? Even though we are calculating based on the assumption that if you distribute the investors, if you distribute it as dividend to the shareholders, they are going to invest somewhere, they are going to reinvest it somewhere. So we are assuming that and we are calculating, but there is no clarity on that, right? It's another problem. And the problem in assigning weight, right? We are giving weightage based on the proportion of the amount, equity or debt, whatever it is. But in case of equity, you can see there will be market price and book value. So we have to consider the market value or book value. That is also another problem. So there are the issues regarding or problems in the determination of cost of capital. Right? Even though there are so many issues related to or problems in the cost of capital, still we are calculating based on the some assumptions, right? And the computation of cost of capital will include two types of computation. First one is computation of cost of specific source of finance. A specific source of finance means cost of debt, calculation of cost of debt, or calculation of cost of reference capital, or calculation of equity share capital, or calculation of cost of retained earnings. So specifically, we are calculating for each sources. It's called computation of cost of specific source of finance. Computation of weighted average cost of capital means in total, we'll calculate the weight and calculate the what's the total cost or what is the weighted average cost of the capital, capital that we have. It is called computation of weighted average cost of capital. There are two types of problems. So in the next class, we'll be discussing about all those things: cost of calculation of cost of debt, calculation of cost of equity, calculation of cost of reference capital, calculation of cost of retained earnings, and calculation of weighted average cost of capital. So all those points will be discussed in the next class. And I think tomorrow we have 3 hours, and in the 3 hours we'll be discussing all these points. So tomorrow's first hour also will be handled by myself instead of Algraja sir. I think Sir has taken the class during 12 to 1. So I'll be handling the first hour tomorrow. Yes, thank you, students. Do you have any suggestions or any doubts? So you can clarify. We have 4 more minutes.
So can you share the PPT with us later after the class?
Yes, yes. After completing the sessions, I will share with you. In the last session, I will ask you can message after the completion of all the units, and if you message email ID here in the message, I will send the PPT to all the people. Any other doubts or any suggestions?
Yes, sir. Would you please explain the case study, some of the case studies, and how to write it in the exams?
We'll discuss in the next class because.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sir, your sound is little lower.
Okay, okay. I'll try. I'm trying my level best. I'm using my headset now, and we try to increase the volume of your device. And still, if the problem, I will increase. I'll try to.
It's maximum volume. It's
Okay, okay. Then I will increase my voice.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other doubts or any other suggestions? Then thank you, students. I'll be winding up now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, all. Good afternoon. Am I audible and my screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So today we are going to complete the syllabus and we'll also discuss some of the case studies. And whatever I'm going to discuss now, it's already discussed, right, with the help of a PPT. So it is only I'm going to take you through. In case if you have a doubt, you can ask me then and there. Otherwise, I'll quickly complete, try to wind up. I'll spend a little time on the past papers so that you will get an idea how to write, how to secure good marks and all. We will discuss, because by this time you must have got your first semester result also. You might felt that you have written well but you did not get marks. So we will discuss a little bit about that, so that from second semester onwards you'll be able to increase your the mark scoring and all. So this turnaround strategy is basically when you are having when you are having a when you are having a plan A, right? If the plan A doesn't work out, if the plan doesn't A work out, then you have to turn around. That is why it is called as a turnaround strategy. When you are under a situation where your own decision doesn't work out, it might be because of various reasons, like market is not convenient to you, right? Competitor, technology, competitors, technologies, right? There is no demand for the product, right? Or you can see that customers expectation or quality substitute products. It can be anything, so in under that situation, what will you do? Even if the market is not supporting you, will go ahead with your own decision? No, you have to turn around. So that is why it is called as a making alternative decision or alternative paths is called as a turnaround strategy. Now when you look at the meaning, turnaround strategy is often necessitated during recession time, when the plan is not going according to your decision or according to your desire or the vision. Then you have to make a turnaround. It is derived its name from the action involved, that the reversing a negative trend. You are going in a path but it is not making profit immediately. What will you do? No, 2 years I'm not getting profit, I'll wait for another 2 years. We will wait, or we will just cancel these and take alternative measures so that we can avoid the such losses. So that is why it is called as a turnaround. Now they've given the examples here which we have discussed. So signals of turnaround, when do you need to take? Decreasing market share. When the the market growth is started declining, that means what? Your reputation is going declining. Your reputation is started falling. Decreasing constant rupee sales, and then decreasing profitability, increasing dependence on debt. Because this is a direct effect. When you talk about decreasing market share, you don't have investors to invest. When you don't have investor to invest in your business, what will you do? You have to obviously borrow. There is nobody to subscribe your shares. A restricted dividend policy, failure to reinvest sufficiently in the business, and then diversification at the expense of our core business, lack of planning, inflexibility, chief executives, management succession problem, unquestioning board of directors. And they don't consider board of directors, they never mind, they only wanted their sitting fees and the remuneration, nothing else. They don't care about the business. The a management team unwilling to learn from its competitor, legal requirements for turnaround, all these things is the example. So turnaround process, when you talk about the turnaround process model, when you talk about it, you need to talk about why it happens. Poor management. When first thing you will see, when the company is not making a right decision, that is because of the top management. They are not visionaries. When someone is not visionaries, what will happen? Will problem arise because they do not know how to planning or forecasting, right? So that is why all this problem. So when the poor management is there, what will you do? You will remove them, and then you will bring a new management, decentralization and change. Inadequate financial control, you will again improve the management, improved financial control and decentralization. You can ask me a question, sir, how new management will help financial control? In the board of directors, In the board of director, you will bring somebody who's having a financial knowledge, sound financial knowledge. So someone who is there in the board of directors with the finance knowledge, then they'll be able to make a sound financial control, high cost, structure, cost reduction, production market, product market, lack of market effort, improved marketing strategies, and competitive weakness. You have to look at product market, cost reduction. So in this one, I told you one secret about segmentation, right? So when you are having a competitive weakness, what you should do, instead of capturing the entire market, you should focus only on the segment. I gave you the example of a Horlicks, right? When the Horlicks came, there are other things also, the competitor products also came. So in that case, what they did it, women Horlicks they have introduced, right? It is particularly for a specific segment. So when you are having competitive weakness, product market, you have to identify cost reduction, improve marketing, asset reduction, growth via acquisition, etc. Big project acquisition when you are making, then you have to do the asset reduction. And financial policy, asset reduction, and new financial policies, etc. are the examples. So here, this entire chapter basically talks about the techniques only. Now, if you look at this forms of corporate restructuring, because this is a very important topic for exam point of view, right? So this question can be expected for your B part, this one. See, when I'm saying expected, this is important. If I have to set the question paper, I would ask this question, because you need to have a lot of clarity on this. That is why. Right now, when you look at the merger and acquisition, merger means what? Two or more companies are merging together, right? Two or more companies are merging together and it becomes one companies, right? One companies. And merger and acquisition, one company acquiring the other company, or two companies combining together, and then for their synergy, they become one. And joint venture means what? Okay, tender offer is basically alternative. A public tender offer may be made to the shareholder for purchase of shares, right? So tender is being made when the company doesn't know how to make it. Say for example, if you do not know, instead of borrowing, you can convert the expected amount into shares, the number of shares. Then the shareholders will invest. So that's why it's called as a tender. Joint venture, joint means what? Venture means a risky business jointly shared by the firms, different firms. Say for example, A, B, C, three corporates are there, and they are all in the technically dependent companies. So in that case, they wanted to invest a company called D. So A, B, C all will invest in D firm, and is called as a joint venture. Joint venture means what? Because they are doing a R&D. R&D, we do not know how the result is going to be, right? So this kind of research or technology-based industry might be helpful to you, or sometimes might put you down. So that is why this profits and the capitals are being shared among the partners. And these joint ventures mostly is coming towards establishment of a risky business. Divestitures is a strategy involves the sale or liquidation of portion of a business, right? So say for example, you are having multiple branch, right? You are having multiple business unit. So you are identifying in your decision making review process, you are checking this particular D unit is not making profit. So what will you do? This much portion alone you will exclude, right? You will sell it. Spin off and split off, right? There are two concepts, spin off and split. So these two we need to understand. In the case of a spin off, refers to a creation of a new legal entity by a parent company, right? New company on the base of a parent company. That means spin means multiplying. Multiplying. Spin means multiplying. So what is happening? There is a company A and it is making another company B. How it is happening now? I'll give you one example in the case of a tax. This will help you to understand better. Now a company A is there. A is making, say for example, 50 lakhs turnover 50 lakhs profit per year. So what is happening for 50 lakhs? You have to pay taxes, right? Say for example, for simple understanding, we take example of a 30% tax. Now A company is making a strategic decision to avoid tax, right? Avoid tax is legally allowed. Tax planning and tax avoidance are when you take the help of legal aspects in the available in the tax rules and act, it is allowed. Tax evasion means what illegally you are doing. And so what you are doing, a company is having two three process. Say for example, now we take example of a hotel, right? HTC hotel we have. So what they are having, they are having a hotel, they are having restaurant, and they are also having liquors, bars and liquors, and they are also having marriage reception and all those things. So what they are doing, instead of having all this under the same name, they are also making another name, right? And taking out this one of the function. So this profit will become 25,000 year, 25,000 year. So when 25,000 comes, and what type of company you start, right? If it is a small company, your turnover is less than 40 lakhs, then you will get the exemptions, right? So that is why spin-off is being adopted by the company. Spin-off, basically you are dividing your original business, you're dividing your part of the business into separate entities. So that means what, you are making multiple companies, so that you will grow over a period of time. What is a split off? Split off is basically a portion of the existing business you are separating, right? Selling, right? So that is what is called as a split off. Spin means you are introducing new company to your portfolio. And in the case of split means what? Split means whatever you have, the existing one, you are dividing into two, either sell or send off. And a change in the ownership structure where you are having more shares, and you are converting to debt or vice versa. Exchange offers is basically when you are selling it. See, when a company A is going to buy the B company, you will give lot of offers. What kind of offers? Okay, if you sell your shares, I will give you, for 2 shares held in your company, 1 share, and also I'll give you market price. So that means what? Exchange offers, if you give your shares, I'll give you in exchange shareholding in my company. Share repurchase is again buyback options. Buyouts means what? There are different types of buyouts. Leveraged buyouts is one of the important concepts. So leveraged buyouts are very risky. Why it is risky? You borrow and acquire the company, right? With the borrowed capital, you are going to acquire the company. Then it is called as a leveraged buyout, right? You are going to acquire another company with the help of borrowed company. What is the risk here? You are acquiring the company, but in how we do not know how the company is going to make a profit. So in case if it doesn't make profit, your interest is a fixed obligation. It is a interest is an obligation. So when it is an obligation, whether you make a profit or not, it is immaterial. You have to pay the amount. Merger acquisition, they have given the separate chapter, but it's basically they are talking about what is the necessity, advantage, and all. Merger acquisition, if you are merging a company with another company, so what is the advantage? Biggest advantage in the legally, the depreciation, right? Depreciation concept, unabsorbed depreciation of the merging company. A merged company become the adjusted for when infinite number of years. And then tax, right? Whatever this merging company is, it's earning profit, that loss of a merged company can be adjusted for infinite period, right? So these are the advantages of this company, and company can get synergy, right? All these things they are talking about. They're only giving you the the overview of this one. how this merger acquisition is in evolved in India over a period of time. Functional strategy we have discussed, including R&D, HR, production, finance, and then also we have discussed about this logistics and supply chain. It is there in the PPT. Please go through that, and that's it. And moving on to the second part. Let me stop this and present the second part of the study material. So this is again functional strategy only they are talking about, and the fifth unit they are talking about planning and resource allocation. This is actually in the PPT I have given you in the second chapter. Here they are talking about the last one, right? So basically the turnaround comes after this allocation. So first we need to understand environmental scanning. After environmental scanning, what do we do? After environmental scanning, we do the strategic techniques which we use, and then we do the formulation. So in the formulation stage only we have discussed about the planning and resource allocation, right? After formulation, you have to do the review and control. Review and implementation review. Implementation review and control. So these are the process 4 and 5. So this planning is supposed to come in the beginning. So why I'm talking about here, they have reorganized, but it is always like this. Before planning, you cannot do the planning at the last, right? So that's why I'm telling you what is the planning, nature of planning, types of plan, short term, long run, all that. Steps in planning, resource allocation. So now we will start from the resource allocation, because planning and all we know that. Even in the previous semester also you must have studied. Okay, resource allocation is basically a production, right? Factors of production. So factors of production, when it comes, money, facilities, materials, and personnel. So when you have resource allocation, basically you need to talk about the constraints. When you do the planning comes strategic planning. Strategic planning comes into effect when you have constraint with respect to money, facilities, materials, and personnel. So how are you going to do that? So based on the percentage resource allocation, either you can consider the percentage or you can prioritize 1%, prioritize, or this one I told you about, this capital rationing, right? Rationale behind the investment, right? And then prioritize. Yeah, that's it. Priority, percentage, priority, and rational based you can do. Organization structure also we have already discussed, and culture also we have discussed. So here we have discussed functional departmentalization, line staff, right? Line staff, all that we have discussed. Matrix we have discussed, right? Functional, all that we have seen. So this particular chart in your PPT, you can see strategic leadership, right? Because there I have strategic leadership. When you talk about, there is a leadership communication, strategic communication, because a good leader, strategic leader, should not only make his vision, mission statement, but also communicate the same to the fellows, right? Fellows, because if you are not communicating, then you are not considered as a strategic leader, right? Communication is very, very important. And leadership, shared value collaboration is important. Then information sharing, that is communication, organization culture, design. Then this change is very, very important for your exam point of view also. This the Levin's 3 steps model is very, very important, because change model is propounded by the Levin's 3 steps, that is unfreeze, change, and freeze. I'll explain this process. Right? What is this? To make it simple, now let us imagine we are having some ice cubes, right? Ice cubes in the tray, right? So in the ice cubes, you have kept it in the tray. Now, if you want to make it a, another shape, what you need to do, you have to take it out of the fridge and then unfreeze it. Then you transfer this to another shape wherever you want, and then again you have to put it back in the fridge. So that is the same process here they are talking about. Whenever you want to learn something, you have to forget what you have learned, right? Otherwise that will become a hindrance for us. If you want to learn, if you want to change anything, first you have to unfreeze. You have to always think that you are going to learn something new. And if you are having that I know, then we will not be able to learn anything. So that the first thing, according to Levin's 3-step change model, first you have to unfreeze and then change the whatever you need to change, then put it. Remember this ice cube example, you will not forget this one. Why change is required? Reason for change is that because of various changes, right? What changes? Technological changes, workforce, environment, culture, management changes, government policies, right? And then your expectations, all that, threatens the employees. That is why the change doesn't happen easily. Power, politics, leadership. So again, this is the qualities of the leadership only they are talking about. So when you talk about as a good leader, we should not talk about the power, right? We should not show our power, but our followers should understand. Followers should understand. That is why in most of the philosophers, if you look at it, they had followers, right? They had followers, but they didn't create, right? The followers will come based on your leadership quality, right? When somebody sees your leadership quality, then they recognize your power. If you keep talking about your own power to people, then they will not understand, right? So that is why power politics is very, very important. And when how to use, that's very, very important. Because when you talk about the power, when to use, all the time when you show your power, then it turns out to be autocratic, right? Autocratic style. So when you are having autocratic style in the present day context, nobody will work under you. Why? Because it's going to be a difficult task. Because it was once upon a time where less number of companies was there, less number of companies, less number of work, and simply you can say opportunities was not there. Nowadays, what is happening? There are humpty numbers of opportunities, and also these opportunities are there for the experienced one, right? So experienced one, what is there happening? Experienced one, they are giving 30% hike, right? If you are working in an organization, if you move from that organization to another one, you will get 30%. So in the hike and all, with a redesignation, increment and all. So that is why people, they wait in a organization till they get the promotion. Once they get the promotion, immediately they apply and switch over, so that they get double promotion, because you have already got promotion from a company. And then if you are moving to another company, again you will get 30%, right? You say, for example, here you are getting 10%, so 30 plus 10, you get 40% hike at immediately. Otherwise, in the same organization, if you are continuing, you will have to wait for another few more years to get again 10%. So that's why people are moving. So in this scenario, if any leader who is trying to show their power to the employee, then they will be failure. So political behavior, when you talk about political power, politics and leadership, when you talk about politics, is there everywhere, right? Especially in a strategic decision making, right? We have seen that in your management concept, you must have studied, right? Informal communication you must have studied. Informal communication basically is why it is called as easy to spread and faster, right? So the companies, when they want to spread any information faster, what they do, they adopt this informal communication. So when you do this kind of strategies all the time, then somebody will create a politics, right? So that's going to happen. So politics, when you talk about it within the organization, especially a strategic decision making process, political and politics within the organization is essential. We cannot say politics is bad, right? Politics allows people to grow, allows people to question and grow. So now when you talk about question and grow, and that should not hinder the current your path. That is why here they are talking about politicking behavior. It is individual factor, need for power and high expectation of success. These are individual factors. These are organization factors, right? Within the organization also they have reallocation of resources, opportunity for promotion, low trust within, and then role ambiguity, performance evaluation system. See, when you are working in an organization, if you go talk to any employee, they will say, I was not given promotion. They grumble, right? So these are all the politics. I was not given because I belong to different community, different caste, different region, different language. Because you must have heard this kind of stories from the people. It's a concept of politics. Politics allows the company and the organization to grow to certain level, but beyond which it is going to be a hindrance. And politicking behavior is also for customer. When too much of politics between the organization, then it's a reward for the customer. And if they merge together, then it becomes the punishment. Strategic implementation we have discussed in the last class. So how the strategic implementation is being implemented, you have to look at the implementation. You have to just do as per the framework, as per the framework given by the management, right? Because implementation, you have to just implement as per the instruction, right? Implementation means you cannot put anything, you cannot change anything. If you want to change, you have to consult with the management before you change it. And then evaluation and control, here they are talking about after implementation, you have to do the review process, right? Evaluate whether it is going as per the consultation. So here only there's MBO, MBE and all comes into effect, right? What is management by objective? Management objective, whether it is going as per the objective defined by the management. If it is going, every success should be communicated. And in the case of management by exception, only the exception situation should bring to the knowledge of the management. Not every success should be communicated. Okay, so here they have given some of the case study examples. See, now at the end of the case, questions are not given. Okay, now let us not talk about this one. I'll first define this and then I will take you to the case studies. So the way I'm talking about, I will tell everything so that it can be used, in all the subjects. Okay, case studies when it comes. First one, they will give you the case, a paragraph, and then they will ask you the questions, right? What is the question? Whether the decision or the opinion of the management, is correct or not. When the question is being asked, you are given a choice to choose between them. You have to choose only one answer. If you say it is correct, then you have to justify with the syllabus, right? Because case studies, what is happening, because sometimes I'll tell you this major problem. I'll tell you, whenever the question is being asked, sometime in the strategic decision making, they will ask you subjects related to HR or finance. What you have to do in this situation, the strategic functional strategies. In the case of finance, earnings management we have used, right? In the PPT, you must be having this, earnings management, P ratio, dividend, right? And then market value added, and then market value added, MBA, and then economic value added. All these terms we have used. Now, when you are talking about finance function, you have to correlate your case studies with these terms. If it is HR, we know that in the case of functional strategy of under HR, that we have seen resizing, rewarding, training, promotion, appraisal, all that can be related. So when the specific question is being asked, you have to talk about the answer to that specific question only. You cannot make stories. If you make a stories, they are not going to give you a mark, right? So when the question is asked, you have to come straight to the point only. Second question, second type of case study, they give you the question like advice, right? When they're asking you to advise, you have to talk two aspects, right? Two aspects. What? Now you have to advise. Advice means what? You are a consultant. You are a management consultant. As a management consultant, what you are supposed to do? You have to give what is the good, what is the bad. And good, when you talk about what are the alternatives. Alternative 1, alternative 2, alternative 3. So when the question is being asked, advise the management, what is the way in which they can improve. So now what and all you need to talk about. When you talk about good, you have to talk about cost cutting, right? And then diversification, and then product identification, improvement, identification, improvement, etc. Marketing strategy, right? And the other part, when you talk about, see, whatever idea they had, it, why it is called, whatever decision they have, why it is bad, that also you need to talk about. The third model case study is the worst one. They don't ask you anything. They give you only case studies, 3-4 paragraphs they give you. Now what you are supposed to do, first you have to talk about which chapter it belongs, right? Which chapter means what? Whether it is strategic planning, strategic implementation, strategic formulation, environmental scanning, that you need to identify, and what are the solutions available, that you need to talk about. So these are the three different types of case studies are there. In your textbook, they've given see here, analyze the competitive environmental of Castrol, develop strategy outline based on the analysis. So develop a strategy only they're asking. So you have to answer only this question. There is no need to make any other stories, right? Analyze the competitive environment. What is the competitive environment? SWOT analysis you are going to do, or TOS analysis you are going to do, or you will do the gap analysis. Sometimes you can write all the points also, because it is 20-mark question. It is 20-mark question. You can write all these things, and then you can develop a strategy. Strategy here refers to whether you are going to focus on the cost or the uniqueness, right? Diversification strategy, differentiation strategy. Sorry. See, the second one is they're asking you about the case study with analysis, right? So in the case of analysis, you need to talk basically all about the this subject alone. You cannot, deviate your answers, from this one, what do you call, from this subject. If the same question is being asked in the HR subject, if it is same question is being asked in the financial management, so whatever terminology you have studied, right? So just now we have seen that decision making, capital structure, cost of capital, all the terminology you have to use. So case study is basically how you can relate your relatedness, right? Relatedness only is very, very important, is more than your answers. Model case analysis they have given. Question number 1, is energy co approach right to achieving downsizing? Is it right to downsize the company? You have to say yes or no with a justification. Yeah, that's it. Now I'll take you through some 1 minute. Yeah. Hope the question paper is visible to everyone. What do you mean by strategy? Yes. So see, when again I know I can understand that most of you, if you're working or after completing your masters, you might have forgotten your handwriting also, except your signature, right? So to write exam for 100 marks in the examination, it's going to be very difficult task, and that too for 3 hours. Sitting with 3 hours and recalling everything, we have already lost our memories also. So to recall all these things, it's going to be very, very challenging for all of you, all of us, including me. So now we need to use the strategy how to manage the time also. 3 hours time they've given the three part, right? 30, 30, 30, 50, and 20, right? When you talk about 50 mark question, if you are making 1.5 hour here, half an hour here, 1 hour you are going to give for A section. So when the A part question, they are asking you for 6 mark question. Here it is not about the points, it is how completely you're writing, how complete is your answer. That is what is important. Because when they are asking Six Sigma, what is Six Sigma, how it is being used, that kind of question you need to write completely. If you're not writing completely, then you will not get the marks, right? So that's why you have to manage your time is very, very essential, because I have heard from many students, sir, I could not attend this C part. It was very easy, I know the case study, but I didn't have time, because you did not manage your time, right? So what you need to do, you need to carry a watch and then maintain the timing. Within 1 hour you have to complete. If you are not in a position to complete, leave space, start your second part, and third part, come back here if the time permits. I'm not telling you leave without attending, you come, right? Because already you have spent enough time here, and whatever you write you will get only 6 mark. Maximum you'll get how much? 6 marks only. But in this case, if you are having, you will get, if you attempt, you will get minimum 10 to 15 marks, right? If your answer is right, you will get better marks in this. That's why you have to give equal importance to all the sections. Okay. What is strategy? I told you strategy is a kind of a decision making. Strategy is a decision making under what? Under constraint. With the constraint or under constraint. So when the company is having a constraint of a time, money, cost, all these things, then we use the strategy. Then you can give an example. See, when they are asking what do you mean by strategy, writing 2 lines or 3 lines, you cannot expect 6 marks. When you write this strategy, then you can also give an example. Wherever you are not in a position to elaborate the concept, you can also elaborate with the help of an example, right? You can give us a marketing strategy. Different types of strategy includes marketing, finance strategy, HR strategy, all that you can write. You'll be able to get full marks. What is a Six Sigma? Six Sigma is a technology based or quality based decision making. Okay. It's a quality based decision making process. So it's a business management strategy that helps improve the quality of a company process. And this company starts making Six Sigma is basically whatever process that you have. It is also called as a business process re-engineering. BPR, business process re-engineering. Whatever process through which you are operating your company, you are doing what? Re-engineering. What is re-engineering? you are redefining or re-implementing, rethinking, or turnaround is called as a Six Sigma, right? And then what is innovation? That is, we know. Define strategic unit. I told you strategic unit is basically a unit which is working within the organization for strategic implementation. Is a separate department, like we have a purchase department, sales department, marketing department. Strategic unit is a department within the organization which takes care of functional strategy, all entire organization strategy. Strategic alliance. What is the strategic alliance? Strategic alliance is the combining the organization with one another, right? So strategic alliance examples we can give: merger, acquisition, and then amalgamation, split, spin-off, split, right? Joint venture, PPP, all that you can give an example. Environmental scanning. Environmental scanning is basically you are understanding the environment. Why do we need to do this understanding? Before we take a frame the before we frame the strategic decision, what we need to do, we need to understand the environment. So first after scanning only you can make the strategic decision. What are all the core competencies? Core competencies is basically what are your strength of the organization. And part B questions, you cannot only elaborate. You have to, you cannot write simply, you cannot write what is being asked. You have to elaborate because it's a 10-mark question. 10-mark question. Sometimes, the students, they forget that they keep answering to all the questions, and then they realize it is only 5 questions. So read the question. Always you read the question, what is the number of answer you have to provide, and what is the time slot you have to make arrangement. Various phases of strategic implementation with an example, right? What are the various phases, right? Implementation phases that in the PPT that I told you, same method you have to follow. Corporate governance. Yes, somebody has raised a question. Slide is gone. Is it visible to everyone?
It's visible only.
Okay. So what is a corporate governance? Basically, corporate governance, I told you about when I was teaching also the value system, right? Value system is an essential component in the case of corporate governance. See, whenever we talk about strategy, right? Strategy, we always know that a lot of examples, I can give you a lot of examples. Strategy, sometimes it is used unethical means. Unethical means. Strategy means what? You understand the competitor's weakness, right? When you are going for a competition, right? When you are going for a competition, you understand the weakness of your competitor and then take advantage of that. Is it a ethical one? Generally speaking, it is not the ethical one. But what they're talking about, corporate governance is not about you are making an advantage of the situation and making an advantage of situation with the value system, right? So that is what is the corporate governance. Corporate governance in simple meaning, it is the best practices followed by a process, or best practices followed by the company for attaining its organization goal, right? Best practices means what? See, nobody is telling us to get up in a particular time, nobody is asking us to do exercise, nobody is asking us to eat on time, right? But we do. Why? Because that we are governing ourselves for what? Healthy life will make us live longer, right? Our timely consumption of food will allow us to have a healthy life. So these are all the simple example of a governance. So what is a corporate governance? Corporate governance, how corporates are implementing the governance practices within the organization. So whenever you make a strategy decision making, you should also look at the corporate governance aspects. What is the need? If you're having a good value system, you can sustain in the longer run in the market, you can win over the confidence of the investors and various stakeholders. What are the principles of corporate governance? You must have transparency, you should have a value system, right? Transparency, and then stakeholder relationship, right? And then accountability, responsibility, obligations, all that you need to take into account as a principles of corporate governance. Describe strategic issues for non-profit organization. What kind of issues they have? You take an example. See, whenever the question is being asked in the B part question, you take an example. right? With the example, if you write, this subject is very, very easy. Strategic issues for non-profit organization. Non-profit organization, you take example of some education institution, hospital, old age home, orphanage, right? Orphanage. So these are non-profit organization, right? So what kind of strategic issues they have? The main issue is that finance. All these things. What is the main problem? The biggest problem is finance. And the second one is marketing. Third one is personnel. So these are the issues. And suggest suitable measures to resolve such issues. So in case of finance, what do you need to do? You have to create awareness. You have to create awareness. And then marketing, what you can do? You have to outreach programs. You have to do it. And then personnel, you have to give training. You have to give training, and you have to make sound HR policies. So discuss the significance of internet economy in the context of current demonetization scenario. This kind of question you cannot expect because this is not applicable also. It is a 2022 question paper. So because of the demonetization and all they have asked, so let us not talk about this. But this is a very generic question you can write, right? Internet economy, what is happening? Current demonetization scenario. Now, what is the strategy decision making is happening now? Whatever company, you think about this GPay, phone pay, and all things are there, right? In the case of internet economy, it is a compulsion for the every business unit. Nowadays, you go to the vegetable vendors, auto drivers, right? And Ola, Uber, everywhere you are having what? People are ready to accept the service only with the GPay options, right? So in the case of internet economy and demonetization scenario, people are willing to adopt. So similarly, the sellers, the organization also need to change the way they do their business. Enumerate Porter 5 model. We have seen, right? Threat of supplier, buyer, right? And then we have seen substitutes, and then bargaining power of buyers, substitutes, and new entrants, and then this one, right? The bargaining power of all the people, rivalry among people. Gap analysis I've shown. Wherever possible, you put this chart also, right? You are supposed to go here, plan A, and you are in here only. So this gap is considered as gap analysis, and this gap can happen due to production process, technology, sales and marketing, personnel, all this. Strategic implementation and evaluation. After implementing the strategy, you need to go back, right? It is, that's why it's also called as a evaluation and control. When it comes, it's a forward mechanism and reverse mechanism. Forward mechanism is the planning, right? Planning means what? A forward.
Sir, your video got stuck.
Video got stuck. Oh,
The cursor is not moving, sir.
okay, 1 minute. Is it moving now?
No, sir.
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. Let me change my location so that uninterrupted service I will get. 1 minute. Oh. Okay, just give me a minute. I'll change my location. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So the strategic implementation and evaluation, I told you that in case of strategic formulation or strategic formulation, it is forward looking. It is a forward looking. How I'm going to reach, where I'm going to reach, right? That is what we were talking about. In the case of implementation and review, you are going to talk about backward. Why it is called as a backward? Wherever you have reached, right? You are going to check how you have reached, whether you have reached to the right destination or not. That is why it is called as a implementation and evaluation is a backward process. First, you have to have the benchmarking. So in the benchmarking, after setting the benchmarking, you will go and see, you have to come back and compare your performance with the benchmarking. Compare your performance with the benchmarking. Now look at this case study. They've given some case study and they've asked the question, right? What rational attributes do you look for in a fast food restaurant, right? What is the rational attributes, you look for a fast food restaurant? What is the advantages? What options you have to, invest in the restaurant business? So looking at this, the main problem that I'm talking about, in the time of at the time of examination, we don't read the case study. We don't read the case study, so we only write, because this happens because you don't manage your time. When you do not manage the time, without reading the question, you're straight away answering the answer, you will not you will not get marks, because you need to understand, when you write the question, you need to include the hero of the case, the constraints of the case. That's very, very important, right? Then advantages and alternatives. All these things you have to take into account when you answer. You cannot simply write, answers, right? Though it is an application of the theory, whatever we have learned in the strategic management, we need to also connect the case study with the help of the application of the basics, right? So that's very, very important. And the second one, emotional attributes do you look for in the fast food restaurant? What is the emotional attributes you have? Emotional attributes, when you talk about, so why customers like to have, what kind of emotions they have, right? Having going to the restaurant. Because now you look at the simple example of a strategy. In a family, all the family members' birthdays are being celebrated by mommy, right? By mother always cooks for everybody's birthday, even her birthday. Who's going to cook? Her only, right? So when you go to the fast food restaurant, people have celebration. And when husband and wife both are working, when you go to the restaurant, you share the emotions, feelings, right? So in this type of situation, celebration, birthday parties, right? And then sharing of pain, right? Giving holidays, all this comes as a emotional attributes when you take a decision making. And then, do these attributes fit your favorite food establishments in your country? Is it matching? How it is matching? That you have to give an example. So all this, when you are answering, you need to look at the you have to connect this questions with the case studies, right? See, I read this case study and then only I'm telling you about these answers, right? You also should do that, because I'm only telling that answering the questions straight away because I went through the case. So you should also connect it, right? So I'll take you through another question paper and then I'll wind up the session. Please bear with me. 2021, 2022 to 2005. 1 minute. Now you look at Mintzberg approach. Mintzberg approach, we have seen entrepreneur, right? Adaptive and planning, right? That we have seen. Functions of a function level strategy. Function level strategy, they have to reciprocate, right? They have to discuss with what? Discuss with their subordinates and reverse it back to business unit. And then the function, they have to implement the strategies which are framed by the top level management and a business unit. And if there is any improvement or any difficulties faced during the implementation stage, that they have to revert it back to the business unit. Techniques of scanning used by the organization, various techniques of scanning, SWOT analysis, gap analysis, STORS analysis, right? So they are only asking what, you don't need to explain. Whatever techniques you know, all that you can write. Mintzberg technique, right? And then priority matrix, all that you can write. Discuss 3 basic types of retrenchment. This is basically the the HR question. But I don't know why they've asked this one, but I'll give you the answer 1 minute. So retrenchment strategies here, they're talking about turnaround, liquidation, diversification, all that you can write. What is a merger? Discuss its type. Horizontal, vertical, and conglomerate. Conglomerate, right? Horizontal, vertical, mixed, right? Mixed is the conglomerate. Financial strategies are needed. Why financial strategies are needed? To improve the financial position, right? Improve the financial position to strengthen the financial status of the organization, and then to improve the market share, improve the capital of the organization, right? All that you can make, enhance the profit and all. Strategy elements on R&D management, right? Functional department, research and development. Research and development, when it comes, impact of the strategy element. R&D, what is happening when you are investing in R&D? When you're investing in R&D, you see that recognition is very, very important, right? What is the recognition? If you're investing 1 lakh rupee and asking somebody to do the research, and every 6 months once you are paying, so in a year you are spending 2 lakh. How long it should go? For an infinite period, or you need a output? So after 2 years, after 5 years, you need output. What is the stage? Where is the improvement? And if the improvement is significant, you have to make it as a IPR. How do you classify strategic control, right? Strategic control, how to classify the strategic control. Strategic control is a backward approach to look backward whether the company has achieved what they wanted, what they desired. If not, why it did not achieve it, what was the lacunas, that you are going to identify. Elaborate different levels of strategy: corporate level strategy, business level strategy, the chart I told you, right? Corporate, business, and functional. And then various forces of economic environment. Economic environment, when it comes, I told you that GDP, interest rate, inflation, right? Unemployment, poverty, all that you can write. Generic competitive strategy, that is focus. I told you about the 10-mark question, 4 strategies. The leadership and focus. And here when it comes differentiation and cost. So here focus, differentiation focus, cost focus, differentiation leadership, and cost leadership. So this is the chart that we have discussed. Write the chart and give an example, that's more than sufficient. Discuss the commonly used sales promotion tools in India. Sales promotion, what and all you do? You give the advertisement, right? Advertisement to bring the people, right? Free samples you give, right? Free samples and a discounted product, all that you can write. Environmental scanning, describe SWOT analysis to it. How SWOT analysis you will do? SWOT analysis, understanding strength, weakness, and opportunity threat. You can identify one company. If you are going to start a company, right? If you want to start a company, say for example, food delivery app, you are going to start. Already there are food delivery app. What are the disadvantages, right? What are the threat that they have? What are the weakness you have? What are the threat that you have? And how are you going to convert this threat into an opportunity? That example you can connect and then examine different kinds of strategic alternatives in the strategic planning process, right? The strategic alternatives, what and all you have, all the merger, acquisition, turnaround, spin off, split off, all that you can write. Process of strategic implementation, again they are asking the same question what we have discussed. Various techniques used in the strategic evaluation. Strategic evaluation, you can see that gap analysis you can write, right? Gap analysis, network analysis. Network analysis, I told you about the PERT and CPM. PERT, critical path method, you can look at, right? Evaluation, you look at, what is the critical path, whether you have attained, right, your critical path, you have taken care about the critical path, cost, time, all that you can write. See, very easy question they have asked, right? Identify the mission, vision, goals of the organization you are interested, and also identify the achievements and future plans for that organization. Very generic question. You take any company, and what is their vision? What is their vision? You take a non-profit organization, because this is a very, very best thing, right? You take a cancer hospital, just for example, cancer hospital, what is the main aim? Orphanage, what is the main aim? You have to make sure that no orphan in India, and there is a cancer free country, right? For that, what and all their vision, you have to make India cancer free, right? For that, what and all you have, what is your mission, what is your goals? Mission and a goal is that you have to cancel all the product which are having cancer substances. How we are going to do that? You're, while implementing, you're going to penalize them, right? And what are all the achievements you can do? How you're going to do that? You can, whatever we have written, right? So that's environmental scanning. So when you talk about mission, objectives, goals, and vision, you have, right? You have a vision. So each one you write a statement, and the answer is over. That's what they're asking, right? How are you going to improve your present status to the future, right? Towards the attainment of vision. This is what is the thing. See, one more advice that what I would is more than the advice, suggestion, that this paper is a very, very easy paper for scoring. But what is required, the more and more charts you create, right? That shows, that proves that you have a good hold on the subject, right? The conceptual clarity can be found when you write the answers with the keys, the presentation for the diagrams and all. That's very, very important. Right, with this, this session gets over. If you have any doubt, you can ask me.
Sir, can you share the PPTs with us?
I have already
And-
shared it. No, I've already shared. Okay, let me share one more time. Let me share one more time. 1 minute. Open that. Share the link. Okay.
Sir, also the last 2 weeks classes are not available in the official channel, YouTube channel. So can you please ask the management or the university to...
I'll follow up. No, I'll follow up.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Drive. Okay, got it. Sharing option, share, yes. Copy link. I've shared the link. Please try to download. If you have any problem, let me know. Could you download?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Is there any other doubt about the course, about the subject, topic,
Yeah.
No,
question?
sir.
Okay, okay. Then we can wind up the session. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best for your
Thank
exam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hope today's session is over or we have. Do you have any other class?